So we can now begin. We are set. The program is streaming live and we begin the program. A very good morning. On behalf of Council of Architecture and the Training Research Center, it gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to the chief guest of the program today, Dr. Vandana Sehgal, member of the Council of Architecture, Principal and Dean of Faculty of Architecture and Planning at AKTU Lucknow. Eminent jury members, Architect Biju Kuriakose, Dr. Jafar Khan, and Architect Milana MV. Dr. Rama Subramanian, Principal of the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
It says I got logged out for whatever reason. I hope I'm audible. Shall I continue?
Yes.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
A warm welcome to heads of schools of architecture, faculty and students in schools, and most of all, our dear participants who make this program happen every year, and all esteemed guests. A very, very warm welcome to all of you once again. Today, we begin the second jury in the 2022 cycle of the COA Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis program. We started with the first jury yesterday, and over the next 3 days, we will complete the zonal juries of the remaining 3 zones. Each project which is received as an entry in the awards program is evaluated by the jurors online to arrive at the 10 best in every zone, 5 in each category of the program. On completion of the jury today, the eminent panel of jurors will select the best participant in each category, and these 2 would then represent zone 2 at the final jury. The final jury is expected to be conducted in the offline mode in Chennai in the second fortnight of March, and we would be sharing more details about the same with all of you very soon. The jury today will be conducted by Dr. Rama Subramanian, and I invite Professor Rama to please identify and announce the code number and project title of the first presenter of the day. Over to you, Rama ma'am.
Very good morning to one and all, and a warm welcome to all the jury members and participants of the prestigious Council of Architecture Thesis Awards program. It is my pleasure to ask the coordinator, host college, to spin the wheel and pick one number 1 to 10 randomly and announce the first presenter.
Ma'am, the presenter would have to be announced by you. He will give you the number between 1 to 10. 1 to 5.
Your number. No.
Maybe see the wheel on screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yes, not a problem. Please take your time.
Wonderful. The choice, it shows AEATAP 22208 as the selected one. This is the code number of the presenter. The translation is not immediately showing up on my screen. Can I take the help of the host college to announce the topic title?
Title. Now. Which one? Fourth one. The title of the project is Redesigning Cultural Spaces and Third Spaces in an Urban Setting.
The code number is Aeat AP 22208.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
208. Very nice. Wonderful. Congratulations on being selected as the first presenter of the day. It's
Thank you
great
so
to
much.
have you. Now you can prepare your talk and relax for some time. We will call upon you in just a few minutes.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much.
This is a small formality that we complete so that every participant who will present the work today will have approximately 30 minutes to prepare himself or herself before going online. We begin with category A, that is the architectural project, and we will complete all the projects of this category before we move on to category B. The winners at the zonal jury, there will be one winner in each category, will be awarded a prize worth 10,000 rupees and a certificate. And the remaining 8 projects, 4 in each category, will be awarded a prize worth 5,000 and a certificate each. The result of the zonal jury will be communicated to all on completion of all the 5 zonal juries. So you will have to bear with us for till the end of this week, and we will be announcing the result. The 2 winners from every zone will then be invited to present their project at the national jury in the offline mode in Chennai. So thank you, participants, and thank you, Rama ma'am, for declaring the number, and thank you, dear coordinators. I'm privileged to introduce and call upon Dr. Vandana Sehgal, Honorable Chief Guest of the program. Dr. Vandana Sehgal is an architect, an artist, and an academic. As an academic, she's been teaching architecture since last 26 years and is currently the principal and dean of Faculty of Architecture and Planning at AKTU Lucknow. Her area of research is architecture theory. Her thesis was titled Abstract Ideas in Architecture. She writes regularly in journals on theoretical aspects of architecture, cultural theory, pedagogy, and practical design issues. She has been currently involved in many research projects like heat mapping of Ayodhya and the mapping of Braj Tirth. As an artist, she has done several solo shows between spaces, Ramayana, Lucknow, Ek Nazar, The Woman and Krishna, and has participated in group shows with various artists all over India. She has painted illustrations for reputed authors and publishers and has curated many exhibitions like White on White, Sanctums, etc. As an architect, she is associated with design projects like Extension of State Archives, Lucknow, documentation, conservation, and adaptive reuse of historical buildings like Chattar Manzil and Lal Baradari in Lucknow, documentation of many areas of Varanasi, and planning projects like Urban Scheme of the Government of India through institutional consultancy. She is also associated with some private projects like hotels, memorials, homes, and interiors in an honorary consultant's capacity. Dr. Vandana Sehgal is a member of the Council of Architecture and was associated with the development of Ayodhya and Ram Janmabhoomi as a juror. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Dr. Vandana on this platform. Ma'am, may I request you to please address the gathering?
Good morning, honorable jury members. I can see that, we have academicians from all over this country, and Jayashree ji, the COA admin, the host college who are, very important kind of cog in this whole setup. It's a pleasure to be here. And I feel that COA has really, taken a beautiful stance about doing this competition every year. And I think it kind of binds all the colleges together, and everybody is kind of actively taking part in it. And I see the enthusiasm in the students about it. And there is a kind of a it's kind of a platform where the students showcase their first comprehensive work that they have done for entering into this profession. And I feel that I was also we were hosting once, and I was sitting in the control room where these were being exhibited, and I realized that the projects that are exhibited in this forum uh, not only have a beautiful idea behind it, and the execution is also there. And there is also, I feel that when one gets into the profession, there are a lot of constraints. There are a lot of we get into the quagmire of many practical issues, which is also important. But I think at this stage it's beautiful to see these projects because they have, I think, 5% of utopia in them. And it kind of raises the level of creativity. And it's a pleasure to go through them and see how our young minds are going towards a direction which sometimes one might not understand, but it is eye opening. And how technology is being used, how the latest kind of ideas that are, or issues that are in the in the architectural realm or the planning realm, they get kind of showcased. So in this in these entries that we see. And it's, I feel, even as a teacher, it's such a great learning experience to see what other schools are also doing, what other schools are, because every school has an ideology, every school has some kind of, there are typical projects that come out from some schools. I mean, I've seen that also. So it is a great learning experience. And it's always a pleasure, and I once again applaud the effort done by especially Jayshree, who's been the backbone of this program and many other programs which the TRC does. And and I like the fact that COA has taken through this TRC the academic excellence forward. And anytime that I am needed, this thing is needed, I am always there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making me part of this. You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. You've been a great support all along. And I must admit that this activity that we've been carrying on for so many years, I think today this is the 18th cycle of the awards, has become possible only because of the collaboration and support of so many schools of architecture and so many people all over India. It's become like a common activity. It belongs to all of us. So thank you so much for always being there for us. Thank you. As I just said, the awards program can be conducted successfully every year due to the commitment, dedication, and involvement of the schools and also the COA Awards Committee. Dr. Rama, the member of this committee, who will be conducting the proceedings of the jury today, is an architect and urban planner by training with academic and professional experience of 36 years. She has been involved in both academic and professional work in architecture and planning. She has conducted numerous workshops, delivered guest lectures, and organized a large number of seminars, conferences, and vacation schools. She's a research guide and examiner for doctoral thesis, with numerous papers presented in conferences and published in journals. Dr. Rama was conferred the Best Teacher Award by Practicing Architects Association for contribution to architecture education in Karnataka on 25th September 2009 in Bangalore. She is active in research projects for government agencies, and her professional work includes working on slum upgradation plans for 6 cities of Karnataka. Her research areas include urban planning with a focus on urban renewal, heritage conservation, and real estate. The work on mapping heritage towns of Karnataka has been one area of research which has been initiated in the summer studios at the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture and has resulted in publications and research continuing till date. This has also been presented at national and international forums. For the past decade, her primary role has been that of institution building with a focus on bringing the Anand Sagar College of Architecture to national eminence. From building up a unique and diverse array of talented faculty to initiating new programs and increased intake, Professor Rama has played a key role in promoting the growth of the institution. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Rama on this platform, of which she is an integral part. Since the inception of the award in 2006, as I have said, almost 100 schools of architecture, because we have 5 zonal juries each year and 1 national jury, each time in collaboration with a school of architecture. So I'm saying that in 17 years, at least 100 schools of architecture have been associated with this initiative. The principals, faculty, and all the students have worked with us intensely to ensure that the awards program runs on oiled wheels. The process of the Zone 2 jury for this year of the program has been successfully coordinated by the Indubai Parekh School of Architecture, known as IPSA, at Rajkot, led by architect Devang Parekh, Dean and Principal, and supported by a team of dedicated faculty, architect Gaurav Vader, architect Riddhi Shah, and others. Architect Devang Parekh is an urban designer and is the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at Saurashtra University, Rajkot. He did his graduation in architecture from the Maharaja Sayajirao University in Vadodara and the post-graduation in urban design from School of Planning and Architecture, SPA, New Delhi. He has a teaching as well as professional experience of more than 17 years. His major area of research and teaching is in environment, ecology, and built environment. His current interest is in understanding large dimensions of sustainability in architecture. He is a member of the Board of Studies at many architectural schools and has attended several national conferences and workshops. A warm welcome to you, Professor Devang Parekh, and I invite you to please inform us about your school, its activities, and your team at the school.
Thank you, Jaishi Madam. Thank you, COA. On behalf of Indubai Parekh School of Architecture, I welcome all the dignitaries and the students present here. As a host college, I thank Jaishi Madam and COA both for giving us opportunity to host this prestigious award ceremony from our school. On behalf of school, I'll do a small presentation. I share a screen. Can you all see the screen, please?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So Indubai Parekh School of Architecture is one of the school located in Gujarat, Rajkot, in Saurashtra region. It is one of the only school in the Saurashtra region and 22 years old, started by a VVP trust kind of thing. So I'll be very brief about it. And we have been trying to see that we generally try to concentrate on Saurashtra region specific kind of thing. So our curriculum and our focus remains on this region and try to look at the diversity that is existing in this whole region. Our knowledge base becomes, our knowledge base is trying to address the cultural diversity of Saurashtra region kind of thing. And the curriculum is set based on the kind of 5 points. One is the critical engagement, critical thinking, social engagement, technology, design skills, and representation and design, which is the kind of focus. So this is how the whole curriculum is spreaded all across for all the semesters kind of thing. What we do is basically we try to work more our learning and majorly kind of teaching tries to be more of a hands-on kind of thing. So we try to see that the students explore materials, and whatever is learned during the construction, they actually do a hands-on kind of thing. Our history, humanities subjects try to look at the work from the critical point of view, and they do a lot of site visit, case studies, and then do a modeling kind of thing. There's a lot of documentation of the cultural history of Saurashtra region. We do a lot of field visits in the field of seminar and kind of thing. We invite a lot of experts to this place, and there are a lot of academic flexibility in terms of electives kind of thing. So this is what is a general idea of what is happening. I'll just go through very quickly about what is happening on the campus. So this is the kind of activities that we do on the campus, where the students in the first year generally try to do a lot of exploration with the different kind of materials which are there. These are the kind of spaces where there is a lot of debates, workshop that happens. We have a good workshop in the construction yard kind of thing. So this is the kind of exploration. The basics of design also tries to explore light, and there is this idea of tessellations and things which is embedded into it. Construction yard tries to actually do a lot of experiments with the whatever is taught in the theory kind of thing. So they learn through failures and good things. So this is our construction yard, where we explore apart from brick and other materials, we explored alternative building materials. This is what is the work done on the campus. We invite people from the Hunarshala and from Bihar and other places to actually teach them about the traditional techniques of doing construction. In the semester 8 and 9, generally we try to explore a lot of materials, a lot of structures in terms of modeling and kind of thing. They learn through the behavior of these structures. So this is what is done generally, and then they actually try to make this whole on the campus kind of thing. They learn through the failures. So generally during the thesis also they take up this kind of topics where they want to actually use this kind of techniques to solve the problems of real life situations kind of thing. They do a lot of modeling in terms of workshops where they learn wood and metal material, and they explore a lot of furniture during the workshop class. As a part of construction, apart from doing drawings and other things, basically they try to make models and try to see the behavior. In the history and humanities, basically, they try to explore the building material from structural construction point of view, and also basically talk about the kind of society at that point of time. So the learning is holistic for any student who is in. Yeah. So these are the kind of field trips that we do. Apart from history and humanities, there are a lot of discussions that are happening during our normal day-to-day course of life. We also do a lot of RSP work, that is related study program documentation of things happening in the Saurashtra region, and they end up in kind of documentation. So till now we have documented 72 towns and cities of the Saurashtra region, and this is documented till end kind of thing. It ends up in a report, and there are a lot of electives that happens on the campus, hands-on elective kind of thing. So students get a freedom to explore their own potentials at the end of it. We have a lot of lectures and kind of thing on the campus. So for the students to get a benefit of, because we are remotely located in Saurashtra, but at least we try to see that the students get a best of exposure kind of thing. We have a lot of workshops kind of thing. We also do a lot of documentation in terms of our societal concerns. So we actually go to the villages and kind of thing, look at their problems, and then try to work a solution for it. This is some of the work that we have been doing there. We have a tie-up with European universities and kind of things, and that we do an student exchange and faculty exchange programs. We have a tie-up with Hunarshala, and so students have constant interaction with the craftsmen and the skilled people there. Yeah, so that's our this thing. I'll run a small video to just show us the campus. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The video I could not. Sorry. Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Okay, so sorry. Just a minute. Yeah.
We are not able to hear the video. But
There's only music.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Devang sir. That was an interesting walk through your school,
Yeah.
understanding how it works and the so many different interesting activities that you've been doing there. If I remember rightly, the last time that we did the zonal jury at your place in the physical mode, that was many years ago.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah.
Yes. You had invited and brought in busloads of students of nearby schools, and they were equally excited to see the kind of work that your students have been doing.
Yes.
That was a very good initiative because it also took the awareness of architecture and architecture education to the neighboring areas, which I feel is a very important initiative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Would you like to also tell us about your team briefly?
Yeah. So we have two people who have been constantly working day and night. One is Gaurav Wade, who has been the student here and then faculty right now. He did his architecture from Indubai Parekh School of Architecture. Then he did his construction management from London. And he has been here since last 12 years. And we have another faculty, Riddhi Shah. She has been like another student who did her architecture from IPSA, then did her theory and design from SET. And then she did her MPhil from again SET kind of thing. She is right now teaching here since last 12, 13 years. She's also involved as she's also the head of the Intech chapter from Rajkot region. And both have been working very hard for this COA kind of thing. They have been supporting here. And we have the teaching assistant Bhavya and Vishwa who have been helping them. Thank you.
Yes, I agree very much. Your team has been putting it in a lot of effort into the coordination work required for the jury. Thank you, team. I will now invite Dr. Rama to please introduce our esteemed jury members.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am, for the warm introduction. And it's my pleasure to introduce the jury panel of today. I now introduce architect Jafar A. Khan. He is a gold medal winner in architecture from the University of Madras in 1983. He was awarded the prestigious Aga Khan Scholarship from Geneva to do his postgraduate qualification MSc in architecture, specializing in environmental design at the Bartlett School of Architecture and Planning, UCL. The same year, he was awarded the Herbert Henry Bartlett Scholarship for learning architecture through travel. He obtained his PhD from RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia, on invitation under the Practice Research Symposium program initiated by Professor Leon van Schaik. He established his practice in India in 1985 and later set up in Singapore and Auckland. He has designed more than 300 buildings through 3 decades of international practice, and many projects have won awards at national and international levels. His projects have been widely published and have been nominated for the Aga Khan Award during the 1995 cycle. That is the E-Road Mosque, which is available in the E-Road MIT Digital Archives. Professor Jafar is a prolific writer, critic, and academic, as well as being a practitioner, having written articles on architectural education, environment, climate change, heritage, and architectural philosophy. From 2011 to 15, he was the founder, professor, and director of Midas Marg Institute of Design and Architecture in Chennai, affiliated to Anna University, where he established a unique architectural pedagogy, making the school a trailblazer within a very short period of time. He is a member of some of the world's most prestigious awards, professional bodies, including the Royal Institute of British Architects, RIBA in UK, Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, RSA in the UK, and the Royal Australian Institute of Architects in Australia. He presently lives in New Zealand and India. In New Zealand, he has conducted an independent studio at the Spatial Design Course, School of Art and Design, AUT, and at the School of Architecture at the University of Auckland. He is a registered architect in New Zealand and India and has studios undertaking projects in these countries. He has worked as a senior faculty member at Dar Al Hatma University in Jeddah, running studios for the MArch program and capstone research projects for the undergraduate course. He served as adjunct professor of architecture at VIT Vellore in India, visiting regularly to run studios during 2016 to 2020. From 20 to 21, he was the director, School of Architecture, VIT, which is an institute of eminence at Vellore, India. as the director and formerly the Dean of School of Environment and Director and Design, that is SEAD, at SRM University, Ramapuram, Chennai. Presently, he is the head of academic management for architecture studies at the Aeat Institute of Canterbury, Christchurch, New Zealand. A very warm welcome to Professor Jafar Khan. I'm also happy to welcome architect Biju Kuriakose. He co-founded Architecture Red, an architecture and urban design firm based out of Chennai in India. Having studied architecture in Mumbai, he received his master's degree in architecture and urban design from Pratt Institute, New York. Aeat's current projects include designing public streets and public spaces for the entire neighborhood of Adyar within the city of Chennai, developing a master plan for the new 150-acre mixed-use township in Panvel, Navi Mumbai, master plans for mixed-use developments in Tamil Nadu, mixed-use master plan for the city of Salala in Oman, housing projects of various scales in Chennai, Bangalore, Trivandrum, as well as multiple institutional buildings within the Crescent and Hindustan universities in Chennai. In 2022, Architecture Red won the National Design Competition organized by Council of Architecture to design the new Center of Excellence within Bangalore University for the community of architects. Architecture Red has won several national as well as international design awards, including the World Architecture News Award for the Best Urban Design Project in 2009, for the Master Plan of Nordhavn in Copenhagen, as well as the IIA National Award in 2016 for Airport City, Oman. They have also won the IIA Tamil Nadu State Award for the Best Institutional Project in 21 for the S School project in Bangalore. In 2015, they also made it to AD 50, a selection of the top 50 design firms in India by the Architectural Digest magazine. Prior to founding Architecture Red, architect Biju Kuriakose was an associate and design director at FX Fowl Architects, a leading architectural planning and urban design firm based in New York. He has been invited to several prestigious forums, including the Metropolitan Waterfront Alliance, New York Pratt Institute, and Columbia University, New York, as a speaker and as a studio critic. He was also invited to be part of the Goethe Institute's Visitors Program 2017 in Germany, looking at water issues and studying the relationship of water to communities. He has been a member of the Board of Review at CEPT University, Ahmedabad since 2018. He currently also teaches at the School of Architecture and Planning, Anna University, Chennai, as an external studio critic. A very warm welcome to architect Biju Kuriakose. It is also my pleasure to introduce to one and all architect Milena Maladkar. She's an alumni of BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, and gold medalist for the batch of 2013. She's the founder and principal architect of Vivo Space Architects in Bangalore, which was founded in 2014 with her partner. Fascinated by architecture from a very young age, she's the one who loves her profession and works with passion and a strong will to contribute to the fraternity and to society as a whole. Through Vivo Space Architects, she handles a wide portfolio of projects, including luxury residences, interiors, apartments, commercial buildings, schools, and institutions. With a total designed area of 50 lakh plus square feet within a span of 8 years, the designs created by Vivo Space consist of indigenous, innovative use of materials and technology with a refined approach to design. Milena believes in breaking away from having a signature style and constantly researches to arrive at the ideal approach to changing typologies and context with respect to designing the projects. At Vivo Space, she drives the design thought to explore the interaction between various activities and bring life to spaces. She's also an active participant in various activities of the Council of Architecture. A brief overview of her awards: NIASA 2013 Zonal Winner for Best Thesis, FOAID Creative Minds Next Award for Institutional Public Building Architecture 2022 in New Delhi, LDROC Award for Best Architectural Design 21, WOV Award for Best Architectural Design 22, and she has been appointed by the Council of Architecture on the independent review panel for the Manual of Architectural Practice. Very warm welcome to Architect Milena. Over to Jayashree, ma'am. Ma'am, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Rama ma'am. And a warm welcome once again to our panel of jurors. I must say we are privileged to have such eminent persons on the jury, those who have been so active in their practice, won accolades, and also found the time to spend in academics and motivate and encourage the students. Thank you so much for being with us. We will now move on to with the next part of our jury process, and would like to invite the coordinators to spin the wheel and announce the name of the second presenter of the day before we move on to starting the presentations. Can we have the wheel again, please? Thank you. Thank you. Rama ma'am, would you like to announce, or with your permission, should I?
Please go ahead, ma'am.
This is number 2, and the code number is Aeat AP 22203, reviving the Jute. 203, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's wonderful. Very great. So we have completed the formality of identifying the second presenter, and you now have about half an hour to prepare yourself while we go on with the presentation and jury of the first presenter. Over to you, Rama ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We now commence the jury proceedings with the first presenter of the day. Can the coordinator of the host college call up the presentation?
Yes.
Over to the presenter.
Please remember to keep the time carefully and give the instructions at every 10, 13, and 15 minutes.
Sure.
The code number of the presenter. Yes, the code number of the presenter is AEATAP 0002208. Redesigning cultural spaces as third spaces in an urban setting. If you're ready to present, your time starts now.
Good morning to all the esteemed jury members of Council of Architecture, and fellow participants. I would like to thank the Council of Architecture for this opportunity, and I am excited to present my thesis to all of you. So my thesis is titled Redesigning Cultural Spaces as Third Spaces in an Urban Setting. The city I have studied and worked with is Pune. Next slide. The aim of this design.
The participants to not disclose any names, any geographical backgrounds, and no thank you to you, your guide, school, or anybody else. Please, we have to maintain confidentiality. Please carry on.
The aim of this design thesis is to design and develop interventions that can revitalize the cultural fabric of the city, acting as a third space for the residents of the city. The idea is to superimpose multiple programs and cultural activities that accommodate the essence of the city. The method that I have followed is to study and understand the Mulamutha River that flows as a spine of the city and identify the potential locations where such interventions take place. The way of doing this is to capture the essence of the community and context around the location and act as a place that accommodates and adds to the culturescape of the neighborhood. So the selection of topic was inspired from referring to a research project titled Living on the Edge, based on the same site. I spent more time on the concept, theories, and ideas while working on the proposals as well. So next slide. Three philosophies and analogies that I have used in the research and translation here are law spaces, third spaces, and water cooler effect. So law spaces are leftover understructured landscapes located along any dense city fabric with the backdrop of buildings of unused plazas located in proximity to pedestrian activity. So every modern city has some amount of vacant, unused, barren, or abandoned lands in the core. Next slide. Third space is a newly popularized term, which is commonly used as a socio-cultural spatial term to define community spaces which are distinct from an individual's home and workplace. In this theory, any individual's home or abode is known as the first space where they reside, and the workplace is defined as the second place. Next slide. Water cooler effect is a phenomenon occurring where people from different backgrounds and groups gather at one point. And the simple explanation for this phenomena is also the reason this effect is called the water cooler effect. When employees at an office gather around the office water cooler and chat, they get to meet and connect with the people they are not directly in contact with. So these people might be from different backgrounds, such as, HR, research, marketing, accounts, etc. But the water cooler is the convergence point where these people from different groups and backgrounds engage and interact. Next slide. So my thesis is an abstract take on Pune and its essence that is the two faces of the city, which responds to the heritage and the modern relevance of the city, the past and the present. The proposals can be an evolutionary object that are inserted to the fabric of the city and can always evolve and upgrade, just like the city itself. Next, please. Captivating the architectural spirit of the harmony between the communities and nature, using the city's evolutionary character and existing form as a starting point. These interventions have the capacity to become the beacon for cultural development and become a dialogue between the heritage and urbanization as well. Accommodating the art, architecture, leisure, awareness about the place that is so rich in culture and everything associated to it. The proposed buildings can be called cultural centers, and the entire idea is divided into these fragments that are distributed and inserted throughout the river edge. The problem that I'm addressing here is that the city basically originated along the river, and once it started to develop, it started developing outside the core city, and started moving outside while leaving these lost spaces in the core. Next, please. While understanding the development history of the city, where the city originated along the river and had all its axis orient in the east-west direction, the effect of colonization, the floods, industrial and suburban movement, everything that helped the city grow, evolve, and expand to the outer boundaries of the city. Next, please. So 3 points that I have identified are junctions between particular factors that are seen in the city. The points are the nodes that I observed which have a distinct characteristic, be it their location, activities around them, or their relation with the pedestrian movement. Next. Next, please. Yeah, so these nodes are basically located in different parts of the city, which are distributed related to their geographical location or their relation with the public activities. Next, please. This method particularly is inspired from Anuradha Mathur's research called Deccan Traverses. These studies and the studied layers are superimposed to understand everything in combination and synergy to everything, and also look at each aspect in isolation as well. Next. The first site is at the junction of the old city and the new city. It is at the center where the disconnect is prominently visible. Next. Second is a junction between agriculture and infrastructure. It is a confluence area of two rivers, Mula and Mutha river, called Sangamwadi. This particular place, this particular location is in proximity to an agricultural land and a barren land as well. Next. Third site is where the suburbs and the developed edge of the city starts, where the breakage between the modern city and the old city happens. So this is the place which is located outside, or let's say at the border of the core city. Next. Each site has a potential to be developed as a point where the activities can take place, and each site demands a different attention to development. Next. The proposals that I have designed are called rocks by the river bend, and these are the objects that belong to the river, and the city has polished them to be what they are right now. These interventions work in synergy, and instead of making one big block overflowing with activities, I have divided the program into interventions that are relevant to the context and distributed the program. These are all localized, distributed, and networked hybrid modules that reflect the complexity and vibrance of the city. Next slide. These interventions are a connector at the junction between the old and new, a viewpoint on the abandoned green plains, a collage at the dialogue between the city and its developing edge. Next. These proposals have the program distributed in relevance to the immediate context, where first is a connector, a convergence point, which is a junction between the old and new. Second one is an extension, which is basically a viewpoint located on the abandoned greens, overlooking the confluence area of the two rivers Mula and Mutha. And third is an ambulatory, which is a collage and a dialogue between the city and its soul. Next. The screen sharing has stopped.
Yes, just a minute.
Yeah.
Can we resume?
Yeah. Can you skip to
Yes,
the
yes.
19th slide?
You can go ahead.
Uh,
It's 19 slide.
I'm not able to see the screen. It's stuck.
Just a minute. I will do it again. Entire window. Can you see now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you make it full screen?
It is full screen.
Actually, it is showing the second screen. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so let's move to the site and design process. The site A is a community center. Here is a series of evolution diagrams that help in the genesis of the core idea of the place acting as a third space. Next slide. Junction between the old and new. It is an attempt to create a platform that not only joins the disconnected parts of the city, but also acts as a convergence stop. Next slide. It is increasing freedom of movement and pedestrian mobility, and it is trying to extend the public realm. Skip 2 slides. Yeah. In terms of so I'll be explaining the design in the points in which I have divided the entire site program. Next is the expression. Expression wise, the balance of contemporary and classical material expression in the built form is acting as a collage of two opposite faces of the city. So building sits in a setting where it looks at the old city and also talks to the newer part of the city at the same time. Next slide. Connection and permeability, joining the road and the river. The intervention acts as an inviting space, accommodating activities either on the steps or on the plains of the voids to increase visibility throughout the build. Next slide. Built-unbuilt relation. It is a typological reinterpretation to explore the possibility of change. The platforms, the plains, they basically establish a relation between the tangible and intangible aspects of the context and the activities at the same time. Next slide. Yeah, so it actually tries to, make a bridge between the two parts of the city while orienting itself towards the old city and while interacting with the new city as well, new part of the city as well. Next slide. So next is Site B, which is located on abandoned green plains, which is a barren land now. It is an exhibition center and it is an attempt to extend the public realm by placemaking in a deserted land, providing a place to the city and the communities around. The building accommodates an exhibition space, awareness center, cafe, and an open public space. Next slide. It is an extension which is expanding the public realm by adding an extension that resembles the farmlands and the flat terrain of the neighborhood. The platform points towards the points of interest of the site, such as the confluence area and the institutional precinct in proximity to the site as well. Next slide. Connection and permeability. So the building sits at a gentle slope right next to a patch of a barren land. Can you go to the next slide, please? The platform extends the walkable surface as a deck and creates space underneath it. And the courtyard breaks the monotony of the roof, and the connector staircases descend to the public spaces below it. Next. Yeah, so you can see the use of different materials such as the hard rock as a material and also very thin articulate material as a roof. So what I have done in the entire study and the design process is that I have not focused into the details of it. I've mainly focused on the space making and the impact aspect of the entire design process. Next slide. So the building basically acts as a fusion of classical and contemporary expression, portraying that bold and robust expression of the stone walls and a delicate articulation of the wooden structure of the city. The organization of spaces create negative spaces. Go to next slide, please. Again, next slide. Yeah, so the organization of spaces creates negative spaces which can be used as spill out spaces for public activities as well. So these can be used as multi-purpose spaces, which are audiovisual rooms, some exhibition spaces where the entire city can gather, people in the neighborhood can gather, and also the platform on the top of the building can also become an extension of the public realm, which becomes a walking space and also a sitting space, basically a gathering space for the community. Next. Yeah, so next is Site C, which is an interpretation center. It is a dialogue between the city and its soul. So it is a building that tells stories of time. Go to next slide. It is an attempt to portray the collective memory and put a beacon at the junction of the old and the developing part of the city by placemaking in a land located next to a water treatment plant and dense greens. Next. Again, next. Okay. Agglomeration in terms of masses and voids, it is trying to replicate the true experience of the old city, located at the point where the disconnect between the old and new takes place. The building acts as an opportunity to experience the roots where the city originated. The building sits on an organic platform inspired by the plains and voids created by the river and the island in proximity to the site. The platform bleeds out on the ground like a lily pad, while creating opportunities for public interaction, activities, and accommodation as well. Next slide. So the building acts as a collage of different design and spatial languages that evolved through time and shaped the city's streets, public squares, gardens, monuments, etc. And also the typology that can be, very visibly be seen in the entire city, including the vadas or the other residential typologies, and also the modern contemporary style of building or the act of making, which is very prominently visible in the city right now. Next. So the building basically tries to establish a water cooler effect in the neighborhood, which I mentioned earlier, where individuals from different backgrounds can come together and also interact and use the building as a third space. So the building is located at a point where many different industries and companies are there, and also there are many old shops in the nearer areas as well. So this becomes a beacon point, or let's say a catalyst for these public activities to increase pedestrian mobility and also become a place that collides with the public activities around it. Next.
Time is up. Can you stop talking, please?
Yeah, sure.
How many slides remaining? Can I go through the slide?
Only two. Yeah, I'm done with the presentation.
Yes. I will go through the slide. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I invite the jury panel to pitch in with comments? Professor Jaffer, Professor Biju, Professor Melina.
Yeah, can
I can go first if you want.
please go ahead, sir.
Okay. First of all, I must say this is an extraordinary work, and I really appreciate the quality of work that is produced here is comparable with many top schools and top student work around the world. But having said that, I think the three independent projects, even though they are connected to each other, they serve as some kind of, it sort of reminds me in a larger scale, an urban folly project by Bernard Choumi in Porte de la Ville, Paris, France. But very interesting projects. I'm only worried about certain drawings and the scale of those drawings. I think the author of this design has used Illustrator or something like that, or I don't know what software did he use, Illustrator, or did he use Photoshop or whatever it is, Illustrator. And I think, I have a feeling that certain drawings have certain scale issues, but nevertheless, I must say it's an extraordinary work and damn good effort. And I think this is something which every city needs to look at deep into its roots, deep into its concerns. And at each and every project, every location of these projects have the emotions that come out of the urban space there and people who make use of it. It's an extraordinary effort and wonderful work.
Yeah. Hi, I think the author of the project has done a fabulous job with addressing the ideology of reviving a river, which is which has been an integral part of a lot of cities, which have lost its importance in the recent times. They have been kind of merged, covered up, and their function has been changed into being a river to something else. And a classic example is what happens in Bangalore. So I think the idea of trying to activate the edges of the riverfront and the land that has been barren, the agricultural land, to bring back that into an idea of reviving it was kind of thought out. But nevertheless, as Professor Jafar mentioned as well, I think the project had great potential to look at addressing the drawings in a bit more refined manner, where it could show how each of these three functions are connected in a better way, which they could activate entirely, which could bring out the best out of what was thought out. And the whole purpose of designing this project could have been addressed in a much more refined manner. And I think the bridges look a bit static. So I think some kind of a design resolution or design solution could have been worked out to address what functions could have been kind of added through the nodes between these three programs that were designed with three individual buildings. And as sir mentioned, I think the aspect of putting up a building in a land and not addressing what is around it with respect to how a user approaches that particular building to kind of reach out to it, and how probably a movement path analysis with this illustration, rather than we looking at something which is detailed in terms of Illustrator and Photoshop. I think all three of us as jurors, I think we would have enjoyed seeing more of the connectivity between these three programs. And I think to kind of detail this project further, it's my suggestion to kind of work on a schematic detail at an urban level. I think the author can look at how he could kind of update this to kind of preserve this project. And I think a good ideology about developing the boulevards, connecting these edges of these programs, and bringing them to tie together would be, I think, the ideal way to go about it. Nevertheless, I think a very good attempt, and I wish all the best to the author.
Yeah, good morning. So I think most of the things have been covered by Professor Jafar and Milana. But I have some, I mean, these may sound a bit extension of what's already been discussed, but when you are presenting, I kept thinking what is the community, who is the community? You keep talking about the community. And so a discussion about who that community is, who is your user? And I mean, and to kind of take forward what Milana was saying, where is your immediate surroundings? Who is your immediate surrounding? And I think every urban insert has to be inserted into a local context, and I think and that is your immediate community. Right? Even if it is a larger move, even if it is a sort of a larger vision for the city as a whole, it has to sit in a place. And then so it's important to kind of understand what is your immediate surroundings. And there was no discussion on that. I think you at an ideas level, at a larger sort of urban level, it kind of frames a larger question. And I think that's quite well done. But I think it's also important that you try and kind of then place it into a context for which you need to do that study, because eventually somebody has to take ownership of these spaces, right? I mean, I think when you talk about placemaking, it is also about creating a sense of identity for the people who occupies that place, and that is when a placemaking exercise becomes successful. Right? And to have that, you need to clearly understand who the people are. A lot of discussions were on the tectonics, or a lot of discussions were on the object.
but I kept thinking about who the people are, and even the idea of program, it was not very clear how you pick those programs, right? What is the reasoning for this program? Why is it not a school? Why is it not a, right? So there are many questions that one can ask about. So it's important to sort of state the reasoning for what you do, especially as programs, because it's an urban project. Right? I can design the most beautiful building in the world, and or retail building in the world, and if I put it at the wrong intersection, that building will fail. Right? It doesn't matter how beautiful that building is. Right? So when you start to intervene at an urban level, all of these other relationships are as important as the design of the building itself. Right? So you need to stitch it back to the community. Just one other question. It also felt like it is, and maybe you thought about it like that, and I think you talked a lot about the river, and you also talked about the fact that the development of the city has moved away from the river, right? And I think in some sense, I also felt that it was not just about redesigning cultural spaces or activating cultures, it's also about revitalizing the river. Right? Then if you look at some of your aerials, you need to also take a position on, I think Milana touched upon this, how do you kind of link them together? Your sense of place comes from the fact that they are also linked. They have a relationship to each other. Right? Especially when you don't have a stronger community surrounding some of these inserts. Right? How do you link them together? How does it become, say, for example, a trail, because to reactivate that river will require a certain scale of intervention. It can be a small insert, but it also needs to kind of have a sort of a, continuous connective environment. So I think if you could look at some of these critical components which seem to be missing, I think it will take your project to the next level. And I think it's a great effort. I really love the ideas at which you worked at. I really love the questions that you posed initially. There's a lot of theoretical studies that you have done. All of them have come together quite well. But I think you also need to kind of look into, zoom in, It's not just from that level. You have to just zoom in and then see and look at how it then stitches to that immediate surroundings. And that will make your project much, much richer. Thank you.
Thank you to the jury panel. I now request the coordinators to spin the wheel again to call up the third presenter. And in the
Yes.
meantime, the second presenter can be prepared. The screen is showing number 5. That would be Aeat AP 22223. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the topic is reinvigorating the lives of the wood handicraft workers through a skill development and exhibition center, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh. That is the third presentation. Now we move on to the second presentation, that is Aeat AP 22203, reviving the jute.
Can you please full the screen? Okay. Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, very
Okay.
much.
So, good morning, everyone. So my topic is reviving the jute. Next, please.
Coordinators, the time starts now.
Industrial sites play major role in industry. Sorry to interrupt. Just 1 minute. Okay. So, please previous one. Industrial sites play an important role in shaping our built environment and landscape. So next. in jute industry, there are many problems facing. So in jute industry, there are three stakeholders: farmer, mill worker, and owner. So there are facing many problems. Next, please. In jute industry, facing major problems is effect of partitions, stiff competition, and lower productivity. Apart from them, liberation war is the major effect for the jute industry. Next, please. Next, in India, total 93 jute mills are located, and apart from that, total 28 jute mills are currently closed. Next. Next. And majority mills are located in the West Bengal. So, and all mills are located along with the Hooghly River. Next. So here we can see next. For the site selection, I study different layers, which is site context, built versus open spaces, how many mills are open or closed. Next. Potential of logistic and skill development centers, etc. And next, after that, I finalize the Tagar area. Next, please. After studying different layers, I finalized the Titagar area, which is located in the Hooghly state. Next. Next. So in Titagar, there is four different types of jute mills. One is currently open, two are temporary band, and one is a temporary close. So after the next, please. For the program next, for the understanding program understanding, I studied different project in the world, and after that I finalized how can I revive this jute. So it's helped me in making program. Next. 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 For the program making, I firstly identify the stakeholders, and after the identify of the problem of the stakeholder, this connected with the e-factors, and after that grouping of this issue with the connected with the different types of program, and it is according to mill size and mill conditions. Next. So in Titagar, in this context for the phase one, I designed three different parts: pre-employment training area, trade centers, and experiential block. Next. For the placemaking, I study different context analysis so that I identify abundant space in the context and then design according to the phase wise. Next. So this is my context analysis layer. Next. So after identify the abundant space of the context, I derive into according to phase one, phase two, and phase three. And in detail part, I design phase one plan, which is pre-employment training, trade, and experiential block. Next. Next one. So before making the program, I study the community. So what is their lifestyle, what is their work, and how many times they go to meal, and which time is free, so that I can train according to them. Next, please. After the giving statics, I divided into different types of training, so that after in their free time or unemployment time, they train different types of jute potential works, and then they employment so that they can earn more money. And majority mills worker are from the migrant people, not in local people. So they have very facing issuing many things. Next. So after the completion of the training, they can work in the employment trade area so that they can earn money and revive itself. Next one. So after that, for the program making, I understand different case studies so that they can understand the detail of the program. Next one. Next. After that, I understand how much space is required for the different types of activity for the jute, specific jute. So handloom, rope tie and sewing, all these kind of activity. I designed one module 7.5 by 10 meters so that I accordingly space design. Next one. And after that, all this research, I finalize my program. Next, please. So here I can show different types of players, users are connected with the different type of spaces with the different type of time. So every tourist, local and professional are connected with the different spaces like information center, training center, etc. Next one. So my main concern is how jute industry economic stabilize connected between local and global, improve quality of life for local people, which is just micro level intervention. Next one. Next. So majority mills are built in colonial time, and in that time contemporary colonial architecture is very pronoun at that time. Next, please. So in existing mill, there is Indo-Sasanic architecture elements such as onion dome, minar, chhajas, pavilion, etc. So I try to reflect all this in contemporary style so that merge with the context. Next one. For the theoretical premise, I read this pattern language book, which is helped me to locate 3 different types of project in the right particular location in the site. Next, please. Next, please. So here we can see this is a existing closed mill, and this red one part is currently in very poor condition, so that I can use this part as a new intervention. Next, please. So in front of the closed mill, I provide a pre-employment training block, and after that some part using experiential block and trade area. Next, please. For the concept in conceptual stage, I use how can I place making and different elements are reflect in the site. Next one. So in master plan, we can see in front of road there is a pre-employment training block, and after that this one is experiential block which is connected with the central, and after that this is trade area which is also connected with the existing quarters. Next, please. So pre-employment training. First of all, in conceptual stage, I understand the spaces and how can reflect all elements in the training block and how connect people with the spaces, different types of training spaces. Next, please. So in my design, I try to cluster with 2 cube. First of all, I started with the 2 cubes and then derive and mass break and create an open spaces and try to reflect elements into the different according to climate and zone. Next, please. So here you can see this in the from the central space. This one is an entry point, and here you can see the how to connect plaza with the training space, and in training space which connected with the central court, so that in free time people can sit in the central court. Next, please. In southern side, I design vertical fence which is 1 meter length, so that sun protect, and in between window use jali so that air ventilate easily. Next, please. In central plaza side, I use colonnade arches and box windows which is reflected the colonial architecture. Next, please. So here in sectional we can see. Next, please. How it stand there. Next, please. So overall view of the training block. Next, please. Next. Second is the experiential block. So main idea of the experiential block is cities people know about what is the jute and what is the potential of the jute use, and we can avoid the polythene and etc. So next, please. For that block, I use existing mill, remain the existing structural member, and that use it how it can reflect jute also and reflect also precinct also. So next, please. So the central plaza is connected with the experiential block, which is direct connect with the main road. Next, please. So in sectional space, we can see how different types of spaces are designed. So first of all, exposition area where is shows different type of jute products, and then interaction spaces, and after that they can see machine training area and jute journey. What is the jute journey starting point? Where is colonial period? In that time they started. So here you can see the whole journey. Next, please. From the central plaza, how can use it colonnade and arches and different contemporary elements which is reflected in the jute area. Next, please. In isometric view, we can see how different spaces place them. Next, please. Overall view of the experiential block. Next, please. Next, please. So after the completion of the training, they given give some work opportunity. So I designed trade working area. Next, please. In is the training block, I designed trade area also. Next, please. So I divided different types of fashion blocks, working spaces according to the site. Next, please. So here you can see the first of all, first is a fashion block area where jute different types of dresses they are made, and beside them there is a working space area, different types of jute, tie and dye and everything. Next, please. So in sectionally, we can see how built versus open space are there, and central court is the community space. So in their free time, they can sit over here, and this trade area also connected with the existing quarter, so that the festivals are also be there. Next.
Can you stop talking, please? Your 15 minutes are over. Can I run through the slide?
Okay.
Yeah,
Next.
you can just run through the slide without speaking.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Over to ma'am.
Over to the jury members. Can I invite architect Biju Kurikos to go first?
Yeah, so it's a very nice project, so I was just going through it in detail. Really enjoyed the kind of the depth at which you went into it. You pretty much looked at all different aspects of how to kind of look to revitalize it, because it's also primarily a economic issue, and I think many of these industries traditionally kind of was also extremely successful because they were part of the day-to-day sort of the life of people. In other words, they were natural extension to the urban life that we had. And there was, there was very little blurring or very little, there's a lot of blurring between what is commercial, what happened inside and what happened outside. In other words, they became part of the city fabric. People used to kind of walk into some of these things, buy stuff, etc., etc. And I think that at many levels in your analysis, you started to kind of capture that. It could have been better if you tried to integrate that a bit more with the sort of the larger fabric. But when I saw your sort of the kind of the tight knit fabric that you created, I thought it was quite interesting. I think the way one kind of meanders through that, there's a nice tightness to that sort of built environment. Yet it was very porous. It was about the streets. It was about how building came to the edge of those streets, how it kind of looked to activate that. And I also really enjoyed the way you kind of opened up that urban space, that major move in this thing. And I think it opens up into a key intersection of this of the city. Is that how it is? It looked like there is an intersection there, and you kind of opened that up there. I think a lot of really good qualities to the fabric that you created, and I think like I said, extreme, especially the tightness of that fabric and kind of the intimate scale at which one could engage with it, even when you walk through those streets, etc., etc., was quite nice. And I think I don't have too much comments other than the fact that maybe you could have thought a bit more about, that edge at some points looked a little rigid. Maybe there was more opportunities to kind of tie to the larger sort of the fabric of the city, a bit more analysis of what is around it, like we said for the last presentation, a bit more analysis of what is around, what are the linkages, is there any other synergies to which you can kind of plug in, so that there is a bit more effort and to really make it integrated with the fabric of the city, so that these are not just destinations. But while they are destination, they are also anchor points of the cities. In other words, you just walk into it, so that it kind of then gets integrated. Then it becomes a way of living, and that is where it also allows, like I said, a lot of these industries are dying because of, it's an economic reason, not an architectural reason. Right? They are not dying because they are bad buildings. So you need to kind of integrate that from planning standpoint, make them part of people's day-to-day life, so that it becomes it gets inherent as part of the urban life. So that I think would have a bit more analysis on that, bit more integration of that would have probably strengthened your project a better. But otherwise, really good project. And only one comment I want to say is that you don't need to necessarily recreate what was there. Our job as architects is also to kind of, take things forward towards the future. In other words, architecture is both time and space. If you start to freeze time, then it's no more architecture. So I think we need to kind of respond to the time that we live in. Architecture should be hopeful in the sense that it kind of takes us to the future, not kind of, we need to learn from the past. I think it's important you analysis, understand what's happening, but our role is not to recreate history. And we learn from the history and we kind of give hope to the future. And so it's not necessary that you need to kind of get caught in those sort of the the stylistic articulation of many of those buildings. I think there is, something that you could pick up and really kind of enhance your project. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Jafar, sir.
Thank you very much. And for a moment, I was thinking that this was a written research work because the amount of data this gentleman has produced is humongous. And hats off to this. The amount of information and the whole process of analyzing it and the need and concern for the community, which is probably economically, culturally, socially suffering a lot. But what disappoints me is the way the architecture that is responding to these these findings, or for that matter, he talks about the jute, but where is this material explored in the project? I see some part of the material is exposed as some kind of a canopy structure, but in real terms, I don't see this material has been fully utilized into to bring it as a part of architectural expression. So what I feel is that this project could happen anywhere. It could happen in Chennai, it could happen in Delhi, or it can happen in Lucknow, anywhere. But why should it happen here? So that is something which is a bit disappointing. Enormous amount of work has gone into this project. I think the designer has extraordinary talent, but I can only say that these talents have not been tweaked to respond to the socio-cultural ethos of the people and the material that they deal with. Thank you very much.
Hi, I think I agree with a lot of observations and comments put out by both the jurors. So I have few aspects to address in continuation with Professor Jafar's comments. I think I completely agree with the aspect that this being a topic which is reviving the jute, we understand that it's a very static, dead zone, which the author has chosen to kind of activate it. But I think the further approach in terms of design solution or expression could have been in terms of bringing in that aspect of porosity of jute in and out. That is, I noticed that a larger thought has been given into inserting a lot of courtyards in the whole project, wherein people have interaction spaces and other aspects, but the terraces are completely not addressed in these buildings. So I think it would have been a very interesting project. Probably the author can work on this further to kind of update this, wherein I think considering the architecture in Assam and region in the east, I think the limitation in terms of the number of floors, I think could be explored to a larger possibility, wherein the terraces can be brought into activating it and also connecting it to the ground, that is to the courtyards, wherein it becomes very seamless and the whole zone is completely rejuvenated and revitalized. So I think with the aspect of doing a lot of case study, we see that the spaces are worked out considering the requirements in terms of areas and other such requisites. But I think the walls could have been more opened up into these courtyards, kind of the blocks that have been kind of juxtaposed next to each other, and kind of the interweaving could have been more open and through, wherein that aspect of architectural expression in terms of porosity could have been brought into a larger picture. And I think a fresh architectural expression could have been explored at a larger level. And I think the usage of colors was fresh, but somehow I think a bit of restraint with that color tone, along with how it was expressed, would have kind of brought in the user of this space more kind of connected to the aspect of jute. That's basically what I observed. And yeah, congratulations to the author. Very well documented project in terms of analysis and research before starting off with the project. But I think somewhere in terms of translation, if all these aspects are addressed, I'm sure this can kind of elevate the project to the next level. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you to all the jury members. We will move on to the next presentation, and before that, spin the wheel to pick the fourth presenter. So it shows 3 on the screen. That would be AE 80 AP 22204, Indian Pavilion at World Expo 2025. Are you here? 204.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Please be prepared to present after the next presentation. We can now commence with 223, that is reinvigorating the lives of the wood handicraft workers, Saharanpur.
Yes. May I begin?
Yes, time
Yes.
starts
Okay.
now.
Next. Yeah. Next, please. So Saharanpur is popularly known as the wood carving city of India, also known as the Shisham Wood Village, and has India's finest wood carvers. It all began with the Mughal dynasty coming into India, and with their grit and determination, the industry today also stands at a revenue generation of over 1,000 crore rupees. But it is becoming a part of a lost heritage now. So next, please. So geographically, Saharanpur lies in the western part of Uttar Pradesh, and it is developing as an industrial hub. It is surrounded by states of Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, and Uttarakhand. Next, please. So it has been linked by the first railway line in 1869, and that plays a big role in the industrial processes happening in this region. There are namely 5 industries that are flourishing in Saharanpur, and a lot of importance has been given to wood handicrafts particularly. The wood handicraft culture in Saharanpur has a religion-wise distribution with Muslims being a majority in the artisan community, whereas in the exporter community, it is the Hindus who are dominating the market. There are more than 1.5 lakh people who are employed in this profession, and over 10,000 micro units and over 100 organized factories that are a part of Saharanpur's wood handicraft network. Next, please. So the journey of wood handicraft industry in Saharanpur began as a cottage industry. It took over the inlay work and brass overlay with wood mosaic geometrical patterns coming in. And there was Export Promotion Council of Handicrafts, which was set up later. And today, there is some constraints with design, etc., and skill development becomes the need of the hour. Next, please. So the types of wood used are, of course, Shisham, because it is the Shisham wood village. The other hardwoods used are teak and neem. Some softwoods like jamun and mango tree are used, and kikar also is used specifically for a substitute of teak and Indian rosewood, but carving is not possible for this on this wood specifically. MDF and reclaimed wood are coming into the picture today because they want to make the process more sustainable. Next, please. So development of project vision, the artisan's voice is not being heard in entirety, and due to demonetization and GST coming into the picture, the exporters and the industrialists had more to gain rather than the artisan. So the government did come up with quite a few policies, and the latest one was one district, one product that is being even taken forward today. Even the railway station of Saharanpur has products of wood handicrafts which are being displayed on sale. And with that vision of the policy as well, my idea is to have community upliftment, user experience, design innovation, etc. through my project, and overall give a learning curve to the people who are visiting the exhibition and the skill development center of Saharanpur. Next. So this is a conceptualization of a flow diagram that I made at the beginning, where I wanted to explore skill development, exhibition space, cultural upliftment, Saharanpur, and wood handicraft, and how it all amalgamates together as one. So a tentative program requirements for users as visitors, artisan designers, exporters, and administration staff came into the picture. Next. So my project vision has three things: design, culture, and economy that are coming together to form this center. And my research questions are: how can the built and the unbuilt environment manifest the living heritage of Saharanpur's wood handicraft culture? And what are the analogies that can be drawn between a product and the built environment that are used for its making? Next, please. So the project objectives are segregated into three. First is to develop. So I want to develop a center for skill development, design innovation, and vocational training, because in such an informal sector, the knowledge is passed on from one generation to another, and there are no formal training organizations which are functioning at that scale. To prevent exploitation of artisans, adverse effects on artisans' health due to working conditions, and diminishing value of the crafts, and to generate awareness, broader market, and overall tourism for Saharanpur, because it lies at a very strategic location and acts as a transit from Delhi to Dehradun and many other cities. Next. So the site identification, my site, as per the Saharanpur Master Plan 21, is a part of the community facility, and there is already a proposed project for a wood handicraft export zone. So in close proximity, and it also lies in the close proximity of the wholesale wood market of Saharanpur. Next, please. So my site area is around 40,000 square meters. The permissible ground coverage is 40%, FAR of 1.5. And I have two roads, one from the national highway and one from the wood market of Saharanpur that come to my site. There is a railway line and a Western Yamuna canal that lies close to my site. Next, please. So development as per master plan. So there is a collector road which is running adjacent to the site, and on the opposite side would be the export zone, which is also proposed. So my idea and my zoning also takes that into consideration. Next, please. So the site proximity, this is just a proximity map of my site from other export houses, timber zones, etc. So my thesis proposal would be a nucleus in the city binding the wood handicraft industry, a platform for interaction of the user with the products in the community, because that is currently lacking, an experiential medium for the user, as well as upscaling the profession, which will act as a pivot and make the industry flourish further. Next, please. So next, please. This is just a proximity map of how the tourists will be reaching the site. This is just a basic understanding of the current site conditions. So today my site has cultivation of wheat and mustard. Next, please. Next. So this is the topography. The topography is relatively even and the slope percentage is below 5%. Next, please. So there's low-lying land, and there was rainwater filled onto my site last year in January because of untimely rain and there was a lot of digging of soil happening for the brick kiln purpose. So this is just documentation of that. Next, please. So these are some inferences in how I will be using landscape in my proposal. Next. So this is a sensory analysis of the canal, agricultural land, highway, industry, and railway line, and how they are impacting my site specifically. Next. And this is just a basic spot analysis. So the strengths are that the proposed road network connects the site to the city, and how the user groups are going to be able to reach the site. Next, please. So I had selected 4 case studies: National Crafts Museum, Delhi Heart Delhi, Living and Learning Design Center, Kutch Gujarat, and Uttarayan Art Center. So these were selected due to specific program requirements, and I had studied those. Next, please. You can skip the next 2 slides, please. Next. Next. So this is a basic understanding of the existing wood handicraft culture and the existing production in the market. Next, please. You can skip next. This is just a basic understanding of the typical cluster in Saharanpur and about how an exporter is currently making this linear process and what are the drawbacks that they are facing with respect to daylight, use of courtyard, etc. Next, please. So these are the product categories. There are currently 6 product categories that I have identified, but there is no categorization. Every vendor has all the products kept in the specific place. So I wanted to create a sort of a journey in my exhibition. Next, please. Next, these are the users who are associated with the industry, outside people and the admin staff who have their specific requirements. Next, please. Next. Next. So this is my site zoning. So initially I laid out my services and then the visitor orientation zone. Further, the workshop zone in proximity with the export house. Then the visitor parking and the parking other spaces came into the picture. The display zone, the lodging zone, and the skill development zone came into the picture, and a basic idea of how they will be segregation of circulation will be working. Next, please. Next. Next. You can, yeah, so the design proposal now. This is just an isometric aerial view of my design proposal. Next. So I'll start with the site plan. The site plan, you enter the site in the site area. Okay, so the site area comes to around 39,000, like I said, and the achieved ground coverage is 31%. So it is mostly at a human scale that I've tried to restrict. And the maximum building height is also just 8.25 meters. So there are 2 entrances into the site. One entrance gate with the guardroom, etc., which takes the visitor into the site, and a segregated entrance for the artisans, whereas a third entrance would be for the people, design researchers, etc., who will be dwelling in this space. Next, please. So the entrance zone, as soon as you enter, you will be greeted by a flea market and a waiting zone, which further takes you to an orientation gallery where you will be given an understanding of what will be the spaces that you will be going through. And then you can select the tickets that you want to purchase via the exhibition zone or the workshop zone. So those are the entrance areas. Next, please. So there is a formation of a visual axis when you enter the site. There is a water body in the center that sort of invites you into the site. So the view towards the visitor entrance of workshop zone and exhibition zone. So there are 2 zones on the right and the left side respectively. And the view at the bottom right corner shows you the visual axis being formed. And a view of the flea market just gives you an idea of the expanse of the space and the human scale. Next, please. So this is the workshop zone. Workshop zone has a very linear functioning where a person enters into a basic visitor gallery and takes their way up to the mezzanine level, because there is a segregation of the air which goes into the processes of planking, sanding, and cutting. So a visitor has been segregated from that air being on the mezzanine level, and they can experience these processes. While coming down, they look at the carving happening. From carving, they go to understanding the joining and the putting process and the buffing and finally the polishing. And at the end of their journey, they come to the hands-on gallery and work with the artisans themselves. This area has also a back-end entrance for the artisans who come to the changing rooms, to the breakout zone, and then enter to the specific space. There are storage over here for the final product to go, also a storage on the left hand side for the product to come in, and then the work to start from the first step of planking. Next, please. So these are just some sections showing the carving, the different processes, etc., and the mezzanine level. The view showing the carving process and the mezzanine level of visitors looking down on the processes. Next, please. So the third zone is the exhibition zone. In this zone, a visitor enters into the orientation gallery, goes into the museum looking at the water body like you can see in the view. There's an outdoor exhibition and an archive gallery to celebrate most of the achievements of the artisans over here. The product galleries have been segregated into deities, furniture, frames, home decor, games, and kitchen. And then at the end of the journey, there's a food stall, etc., and an amphitheater. Next, please. This is just an isometric view of the handicraft market at the end of the journey where you can purchase handicrafts locally, and a view of the exhibition zone central courtyard. Next, please. The fourth zone is the exposition zone. The exposition zone has a segregated entrance for somebody coming to visit the exposition only, and the amphitheater. It lies on the western side of my site. So the western wall has been treated with jali work. Next, please. So the skill development zone, has three major zones. One is the prototyping space, the classrooms, the training halls, and the space for design researchers, where the conference rooms, research labs, an informal workspace, and seminar halls is a part of the functional spaces. Next, please. So this is just an isometric view outlining the space. It is mostly very open so that there's a lot of fresh air coming into the space, and a lot of jali work has been used specifically for the artisans to not get contaminated inside, which is happening right now. Next, please. So the residential zone is the dwelling zone at the end for the design researchers and the people coming for vocational training and workshops, be it the artisan or their kids. So the area is at the rear end of the site, which is a quiet zone of my site. There's a dining hall as well. So the idea is that the amphitheater on my site acts as a node to connect the design researchers with the visitors who are coming in. Next, please. This is just the physical model views. So all in all, I have used exposed brick as the primary material for the functions of, for the spatial requirements, to fulfill the spatial requirements. The reason being that most of the artisans are working in unfinished spaces and raw spaces of just exposed brick. So I thought that I should ideally use exposed brick as the material and beautify.
Thank you, participant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll run through the slide. Yeah, it's done. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, over to the jury panel. Can I ask Milna to go first?
Yeah, thank you. So to begin with, I think considering the aspect of reinvigorating the lives of wood architectural solution in a site per se, I see it as a very inward-looking project into the site, which is basically, it started off with a good amount of thought that it is to emphasize on the aspect of the wood handicraft workers and to kind of uplift the whole development towards how the wood industry of Saharanpur is going through. And the city being also declared as one of the smart cities, I think the main observation that I had was in terms of architecture, I think the project is very, it started off with a function-oriented approach, which has kind of stayed only a function-oriented approach, with form taking a bit of a backseat with my observation, wherein, however, the spaces have evolved. I think the structure has just been designed with walls and few courtyard spaces. But I think since it was an entire project and not a project to kind of redevelop something, I think you had an entire canvas to work with this, wherein I think starting off from the entrance to the whole development, I think a clear demarcation and clear direction to the spaces could have been looked into by creating a large number of avenues. That is, you create streets wherein you're talking about flea markets and users who are going to be experiencing these spaces. So first thing is you kind of try to bring people to see how these handicraft workers actually actually kind of do this art and bringing them to experience that, probably creating a walkway around the place where the artisans are working, probably a visual connect to those spaces would have kind of opened up a bit more in terms of giving a further deeper understanding of the art form. And the next would be also in terms of flea market. I think, as we know, except for the zones that are kind of designed to hold the products, the other areas are mostly open, and they are open to sky, rather than kind of enclosing it with a closure on the top as a roofing structure. I think that could have also been addressed. And looking at architectural per se, probably a right play of volumes. Probably you could kind of capture the different parts of the site, because I see a lot of design thought in terms of architecture has gone into kind of categorizing the zones, but those zones have to be kind of interrelated with each other, either creating the pathways, as I told earlier, or visually connecting them to the next zone. Yes, you've created few avenues which kind of give a sense of what is beyond, but then I think it could have captured in a larger scale, because you had a free ground to play in terms of architecture. And it's looking a bit busy to me in terms of how the forms have evolved, and it's looking a bit more closed off and very kind of brutalist, wherein yes, the aspect of wood, the aspect of carvings could have bought into, could have been addressed more upon emphasizing that, wherein people go through a gallery, a wall of these kind of artworks, and kind of that could have uplifted the whole project. But yes, I think a good attempt. Thank you.
Inviting the other jurors. Dr. Jaffa.
Yeah, thank you, Rama. And very similar comments on this designer or the author of this thesis is that he seemed to have, been very passionate about this whole project. Perhaps he is closely connected to that area or whatever it is, but he seems to be very passionate, and he's done quite a bit of research work on that materiality and a whole lot of economic process that goes through. But what disturbs me is the outcome as an architectural product, where there's an immense opportunity for the designer to make use of that material itself as a part of architectural expression. So look at the work of Peter Zumthor. I don't know if he, probably you'd have come across Peter Zumthor or Kengo Kuma, and many of those very sensitive architects who respond to the given context, how they try to articulate their architecture to the kind of material that they could probably handle in some way or other. They could be an element of how future could be. Futuristic aspect of this material could have been exploited. So if you look at the actual craftsmanship of Saharanpur furniture, I've seen some of it, but I totally dislike it because I'm more kind of a brutalist architect, and I don't call myself a minimalist, but I don't really like it. But the way this whole idea of the process could have been put into contemporary language, and utilizing that language representing through texture, form, color, and a whole lot of things that could have been exploited, because the outcome is very predictable. So it's like a typical architectural brick concrete building, which anybody can do anywhere. So probably the Revit or the kind of software these guys use is very easy for them to exploit that kind of architectural spaces. But thinking the reality of it is that there was an immense opportunity for this gentleman to do a great amount of work, great amount of sensitivity to this project. I think he should read the book of Johanni Palasma. I think he wrote about architecture, the eyes of the skin. So those are the things that the sensitivity has to be brought into this architecture, which is very unfortunately missing in this project. I mean, this designer has a great capabilities. I only feel that, this is what is my, when I look at the thesis productions, this is where the link is missing. So they do a first part of the project, which is very good, but the second part is not reflecting the first part or connected to it. So that's where architecture becomes very banal. So you can do this project anyway, anywhere in India, but to Saharanpur, what does it contribute?
Yeah, so just a couple of things I just want to expand on what is already being shared. One, I think it is, I'm not going to touch upon many of the comments that already expressed by the jurors, but I just want to say that it could also be interesting if you had looked at the edge of your site, and I think this is more from a design standpoint. Because you talk a lot about, in fact, you started with a lot of these analysis of what the relationship to the city, where the other things are happening, etc., etc. And then, in that critical part of the sort of that edge, you have this mammoth parking lot, and that is where you kind of start your project. And so I think, again, many of these projects are very, very tightly knit to the urban fabric, and the success of some of these projects are linked to the way it kind of makes its relationship to the city. At least all the three we have seen so far kind of are in that kind of sort of realm, and hence that edge, what you look at as a boundary of that site, become extremely important. And one needs to really think hard about what that relationship is. Well, how do you start to kind of blur that edge? How do you start to kind of program that edge? How do you make that interface to the city? Because you want people to kind of come in, you want people to be part of some of these programs, and or integrate it, create public spaces. If you had taken that parking and converted it into a park, that project would be completely different. Right. So then how do you kind of resolve parking? All of these kind of has to be looked at it much, much more sensitively. It can't be that, I think Professor Jaffa aptly said, it can't be that you do a set of analysis, and then when you come to the design, you forget about those analysis. You then take your side boundary and then start to kind of resolve it within that side and boundary. And it's not that it's not resolved well. It's quite well done in terms of its planning. But what is the excitement? Where is the excitement? What is it that you're trying to change? You raise certain critical questions. Where is that inquiry when it comes to design? Where is your experimentation when it comes to design? And these are the opportunities. See, as designers, we are eventually judged by not by what we analyze. That becomes the basis for our work. But we are eventually judged by how do we translate all these? And so that is our job, is to translate, especially in design. How do I translate what I discover or what I inquire? How do I translate that? It's like a surgeon, Eventually I can read all these things. When I go into that operation theater, I have to do that surgery well. Right. So I think there has to be tremendous amount of sensitivity and thoughtfulness that needs to come in when you start to sit and design and translate some of these studies into it. And I think that is where I feel you can think a little more deeper. You can ask a lot more questions. And I think that questionnaire kind of ended with your analysis, and it became a solving of a plan after that. And so there has to be more questions that you need to raise while you design it, and that will really enrich your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the jurors' enlightened comments. We now move on to the fourth presentation. Aeat 22204, Indian Pavilion at the World Expo 2025. And request the fifth presenter to be ready if you're there. Aeat 22202, Bengal Partition Museum. Are you there? I can see you on screen, 22202. Bengal Partition Museum, are you there? Please confirm your presence. Aeat 22202, please confirm your presence.
Yes, ma'am, available.
Yeah, very much. Okay. Thank you. So you will be the last presenter before lunch.
Okay.
Thank you. We are ready to roll.
Okay, so good afternoon, jurors and the fellow participants. So my topic for the thesis was Indian Pavilion at World Expo 2025. Next. Yes, so this all started from the research on enhancing India's recognition globally. Next. So the research was based on answering the questions such as what does the recognition means to a nation, or which are the sectors which directly influence the recognition and reputation of country, or where India stands in all these sectors in comparison to other countries, and also some of the steps taken by India in early days through nationally or in local regions, and the role of an architect in enhancing the recognition of a country. Next. Next. So in 2025, the World Expo is a stage which comes after every 5 years. So it is going to be organized in 2025 in the country Japan, in the city of Osaka, Kansai. And this is the master plan of it. And this is the artificial island where in the center the master plan is being the whole site is being located, and it is surrounded by the water on each and every side. Next. So in each and every expo, they have certain theme which needs to be followed by each and every participant. So this time the theme is designing future society of our lives. So this is just the brief of what the theme has in its in its explanation. Next. So these are some of the World Expo. Just go through this. Next. These were some of the best pavilions till date, and these are all the Indian pavilions which has been decided. Next. So this is the place where the expo has been organized, and this whole island has been divided in three parts. One is the green world, the second is the pavilion world, which is in the center, and then comes the water world, and the whole pavilion world will be pavilions will be designed in the pavilion world. Next. So next. Yes, so further the theme is divided in three parts. One, the red portion is the saving the entire lives of people. The yellow portion is the connecting people, and the blue one was the empowerment of people's lives. So the Indian Pavilion is been located in that blue zone, which is about the empowerment of their Indian societies. Next. Next. So these were some of the case studies of the earlier pavilions which has been designed, and that too by the renowned architects. Next. And this was the Indian pavilion designed in the last expo, which was by the CP Kukreja. Next. Next. So the Expo 2025 is going to be held from April to October. So according to the above given figures, the climate of the city, these 6 months would be varying from comfortable to very humid and again to comfortable zone of climate. So the form can be more of a shaded area and should be well ventilated as this is a humid zone. Next. So this A5 is the site given for the Indian pavilion, which has surrounding pavilions also, and in the cross there's the Japan pavilion, and in the front they have designed the master planning is such that the ring which we can see in a circle, that's the sky deck from which each and every pavilion will be seen and can be noticed. So the Indian pavilion, the site of Indian pavilion is just beside it. So it has in front that main ring where the people will be going through. Next. Next. Yes, so these are some of the elements. So these are some of the key elements which can be used to tell the story of Indian culture, and these also include some of the phrases showcasing the Indian ideology of countries such as unity in diversity. Then comes the transition space where one will be entering the pavilion, thus transitioning from the country Japan, where more than half of the nation follows Buddhism, to the nation in which Buddha lived and spent his whole life, and some or another elements which are being taken in consideration. Next. So this kind of project where the journey of a user or visitor becomes the primary focus around which whole design evolves. So the passage leads you through the charm, culture, and living style of the Indians, ultimately reaching to the enlightenment of oneself. And immediately after transitioning from Japan to Indian pavilion, the main spine will act as a trail which takes you through the deep ocean of Indianness. So this has been given a name such as the passage of Indianness or the passage which will take you from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Just that. Next. So beside all these philosophies, the art plays a very important role in designing, which expresses all previously discussed things in planning and through form development. So the long period of subjugation had disconnected India from the sense of its strength of thousands of years. So Swami Vivekananda's speech reminded India of its strength in Chicago. So we all know that, and made it realize, revived its mind, and awakened the national consciousness. So suprematism is an art, abstract art based upon the supremacy of pure artistic feeling, which Indian ideas and Swami Vivekananda's Chicago address was used to portray the strong multi-layered symbolism and mystical sensations of time and space. So initial sketches were based on the style of suprematism and was used to develop the plan from the sketches. And next, and these were some of the 3D means 3D volumes given to those drawings. So here we can see that a single passage which I earlier discussed about the passage of Indianness takes you to the ultimatum, and the surrounding are the supporting spaces which comes in between when you walk through this passage. Next. So this shows the zoning. So if I talk about the programming of this site, then a study to identify the different activities that will take place inside the structures within the public realm. So the layout is divided in three major zones. One is the zone of Indianness, the second is technological zone, and the third is spiritual zone. So considering the theme of this pavilion, which is the empowerment of lives of people. These two zones, primary zones, were created, which is that spiritual and technological zone. So these zones were divided according to the floor plates, where the ground floor was given to the zone of Indianness. Second, the first floor was about the technical zone, and the third floor is about the spiritual zone. So where technical and spiritual zones are considered as most important, keeping in mind the theme of Expo. Next. So there are some schematic diagrams that how the ultimatum and the passage will act, and how the form is derived through those art. And we can see the huge masses which are in all the directions, which can show the unity in diversity, which was the phrase earlierly included in the elements which needs to be designed in this pavilion. And also the step well for vertical connection, which is shown here. So the architectural elements which are which are the traditional Indian architecture is been depicted here in an abstract manner. Yeah, so this is a schematic section earlier developed, which shows you that how the stranger will move through each and every spaces, which goes from being an observer to interpreter, then informer, and then engaging all these, he can gain an experience. So a journey of a person from being a stranger to a performer. Next. 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 Yes. So this is the main layout of the site, where one enters the main pavilion through the main axis, which has water features on both sides, giving the impression that they are crossing an ocean before arriving at the double height atrium. Then the passage of Indianness then takes over and describes the quality of living and traditional and cultural aspects of India. Some key architectural elements arrives in the way which describes the terrain of the country and the ancient architecture in abstract manner. Then secondary spaces such as concert area on the left side, which is taking the form of a circle, also come in the way. And the main primary access leads to the Garbh, which has 17-meter high carved walls. I'll show you that in next slide. And yeah, so that's it. And the administrative portion is been kept on the back side. And further that the front area has given a margin space so that a landscape can be developed for the public, so that it blends with the surrounding areas. Next. So the first floor, the exhibition spaces in technological zone comprises of the display area, then AV room, experimental hall, and with the plain level and architectural elements such as vertical fins to protect interior from harsh sunlight of west. And the first floor even has the business area for meetings, which is on the northern side of the Garbh area. And the second floor comprises of the Garbh region of the pavilion. So the one which I talked about, the ultimatum, this is the Garbh area. You can just switch to next slide. Yeah, so in this image we can see that those red grids are the main passageway which takes you to that 17-meter high carved out wall, and those shows the carving of the Ajanta Ellora time in the 3D printed in modern technology. And you cannot enter that the funnel through ground floor. You need to go to the second floor. You have those spiritual spaces like yoga and meditation hall, and then you will straight away come down to the ground floor. That's why I've done this. So movement, as it is considered as a basic element, which makes it possible to experience the built environment, and thus forms the key element in developing the concept around movement pattern of the user. So a hierarchical approach was applied for designing the pavilion, where the selection of spaces was developed, keeping in mind the narrative developments of functions to be provided. Next. So the below given section shows the main axis, as I showed you in the schematic section, that how when one enters through those colonnaded area, then coming on to the main atrium, then going to the semi-covered space, and then ultimately seeing those 17-meter high carved out walls through that funnel only. But it creates an enthusiasm for the people to see what's inside that. And when he first reaches to the top floor, then he can enter those looping ramps inside those atrium, where one can feel and touch the walls on both the sides and can exit the pavilion. Next. So again, this was a main task to design this pavilion in a temporary structure, as it is only going to be there for 6 months only, and then it will be dismantled. So the structure mainly comprised of the metal framework, and wood and gypsum board was calcium board was applied which makes the basic structure of the building. Next. And these are some of the spaces which I have designed. So this comes this is the front atrium. When one enters the pavilion, he comes to this double-heighted wall and sees the Indianness of this space. Next. And this is that portion where I talked about that you can see the step well also, which takes you to the first floor level, and also the cowed out walls, which is the garb area of center portion, which is surrounded by a water body, and you can walk through this cool passage. This becomes the meeting space on the first floor. Next. And these were some of the technological areas that how the fins has been added, because that's the western side. And next. So these types of form, the single tube at the top floor is slightly curved, covering up the site, and it goes in the harmony with the ring in front. And this primary axis takes the form of frame structure, which is highlighted in primary color and providing the direction to the observer. And yeah, this is the full 3D, which the final design of it. Next. And these are some of the interior spaces where the step-well portion has been given a skylight above, from where the water can enter through and go through this Ashok chakra and things created up to the central water body. And the right one below is the area of concert area, which is kept
Thank you,
on the outer side.
participant. Thank you, participant. Your time is over.
Yeah,
Run through
it's
the
over,
slide.
yeah.
Thank you. Over to ma'am.
Yeah, over to the jury members. Can I ask Jafar sir to go first?
Thank you very much. And there's a lot of stuff going on into this project. I think the designer talks about Malavik, Casimir Malavik, and his suprematist work, and then he jumps on to Vivekananda. I think he's talking about Vivekananda's philosophy of spiritual expression, I suppose, which is more or less in a very I don't know if he's trying to connect it with some sort of an abstract idea or not. Some of this modeling, I don't know, was it his own work, or did he take it from some reference material? If so, it's not clearly acknowledging that references. That's a little bit of unfortunate thing. Having said that, I think the designer is trying to articulate his spaces reflecting the site and reflecting the morphology of the site. And then I think he has achieved extraordinary work in that sense. So from a distance, these abstractions look very beautiful in terms of when they grow into three-dimensional forms, but in a very abstract way. But when you go closer, like last few images which he showed was quite disappointing, because I think that sort of a strength and that sort of the volumetric robustness is not seen as you go closer and as you detail it out. And that's where the project becomes a little bit weaker. So I think on the whole, it would be an interesting project. But I think there are many more opportunities. If you go to the recent expo, I think probably you might have visited Dubai. It's one of the most terrible expos I think ever built in the history of world expos, except Calatrava Pavilion. The structures never seem to be that great, but I think the Shanghai one was much better. If you look at Thomas Heatherwick's British Pavilion, was an extraordinary work about talking about how important important about. He talks about ecology. He talks about plant life. He talks about preservation of flora and fauna in the world. So I think the Indian Pavilion should have a kind of the most important thing, rather than the cultural aspect. I think it's in India is emerging as a leader in technology in this 21st century, and how that leadership leap is going to be reflected in the pavilion. With the essence of with the cultural essence would have been a great opportunity. But nevertheless, I think it's an interesting architectural project, but could have been done definitely better. Thank you very much.
That's an interesting take. Can I request Viju sir's views?
Yeah, so again, I think all the jurors have similar comments. I was a bit lost in that presentation. Very interesting diagrams, and I think I'll start there. Quite interesting diagrams. You've articulated some of your thoughts in the diagrams well, especially when it comes to the planning and kind of the sort of the articulating of the spaces, etc. So those were all quite well done. I should also appreciate your kind of effort to really kind of think of it a little differently than how one maybe look at, especially at an Indian pavilion. And with all the sort of the things that we have seen historically, wherever the Indian pavilions were done. I mean, it's quite different as an approach, and I think that is quite well done. But what is missing is what are the thoughts and what are the kind of the articulations that helped you arrive there, in the sense that there has to be meaning to what we do. And so even if you kind of get away from what get away from what has been historically done, there has to be strong meaning, reasoning that kind of defines what you do, and that wasn't coming through at all. You kept talking about the cultural aspects of India, etc., etc. I am not able to kind of see any of those in your drawings. How do you kind of translate that? I talked about it in the last presentation as well. How do you translate this? What is your translation? And there has to be meaning and depth to what you translate as a designer, and that is kind of completely was missing. I kept wondering what is the language of the building, and then you showed those images in the end, which, like Professor Jaffer said, completely taken you back, and because those are the things you really kind of push in a project typology like this. You are kind of trying to kind of represent a country, trying to kind of represent certain values, ethos, cultural things, or something that the country, like Jaffer said, something that kind of is the future of the country. How do you kind of, right? So these has to be then represented in the way you think into the buildings that you create, especially on a typology like this. And so none of those kind of came through materiality. I mean, what is your position on that? How do you kind of, talk about India through its materials, but also trying to build it in a country which is in a completely different context. And that's the challenge with these projects. You're representing, especially when it becomes an architectural proposition, you're trying to represent one country in a context and place it in another completely different context. What is your position on that? What is your articulation or response to sort of a program typology, a site like that? And those becomes, if you take it up as a challenge, those becomes wonderful explorations, right? Right? It's like how do you do a Chettinad courtyard in Delhi? Or it's you're kind of trying to kind of represent certain values, ethos, but place it in a completely different context, and that by itself becomes a wonderful exercise. And a lot of it is very abstract. A lot of it could be very abstract, but it has to have that reasoning and meaning to that kind of strengthens your thoughts and ideas. So if you could kind of focus on those things and really, list down 5 questions. When you get into the design, don't just go and blindly start designing, forgetting about all that. List down 5 inquiries, and these are the 5 things that I want to inquire through the design process, right? Or 5, 10, whatever it is, right? And then through the design, try and kind of answer those questions, right? But if you don't ask those questions, it becomes a very abstract exercise, and in the end you realize it could be anything. It's neither Vivekananda or anybody else in the end, right? And what is, so it's very important that you have clarity on the questions that you want to ask through the projects that you. And when you start to list that, I think design becomes much more fascinating, because you are then start to search. Right now, there's no search. Right? Once you list down those 5 questions, you start to search for things, because you want to find answers to certain questions that you posed yourself. And I think when you get confused, it's a wonderful way to kind of start to work. And that will give you over a period of time certain amount of clarity. You will have clarity when you present it to us, right? Because we don't then ask you why it is not like this, because we know what your inquiry is, right? So it's very important to kind of look at it, the sort of the design exploration in that manner. But it's a really good effort, and I think like I said earlier, there's a lot of wonderful diagrams which you should really kind of take it forward and articulate it better. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Moving on to my comments, I think it was a commendable effort with respect to how the drawings and few visuals have been articulated to begin with. The next aspect would be it was very good to see how a contemporary canvas was chosen by the author to depict the Indian heritage, architecture and culture. But I think as the other 2 jurors clearly mentioned that there is a lot of loss in terms of translation from the aspect of suprematism, then the journey from Kashmir to Kanyakumari being depicted in terms of the experiential aspect of this pavilion. So I think in the flow plan, it started depicting somewhere, but somewhere I think it kind of got lost in inserting these elements to depict the Indian architecture, wherein it could be the stepwell concept or the other experiential zones that were designed, and probably a wall with relics that was put out. I think another aspect to look at this would be to look at how it could be inside out, and also the edges are very easily approachable by the visitors of these pavilions. So when we look at it at one go, what is that which is going to draw at a human scale level is something that is actually worth thinking. I think out of those 5 questions which Biju mentioned, I think one would be wherein what is that would draw a person passing by the Indian pavilion to walk into it and give that sense of start to the experience of the type of pavilion and the country it represents. So I think that is something which is important to look at. Otherwise, in terms of materiality, if we put this pavilion anywhere, and if we don't have the aspects of Indian culture representing it with different elements, then this pavilion could belong to any other country, according to me. But I think as we can see in terms of architecture, in terms of the changing climatic conditions, most of us as architects are kind of trying to move towards the aspect of contemporary vernacular, wherein there is a shift in the way most of us are thinking in terms of materiality and the way and approach to design and address each of the architectural projects that we are trying to work on. I think that is something which could be the way forward, wherein any building that is designed, be it a small scale project or a large scale project, it should have a character of its own, and it should be able to kind of blend itself with the immediate context and the edge that is serving to. So I think with a pavilion, it should relate first to the person at a human scale level. So that is something that I wanted to tell. But otherwise, I think a very commendable effort, a bold effort. I wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Milena.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, we move on to the fifth presentation, the final presentation in the first morning session. Bengal Partition Museum, Aeat
Yes, ma'am.
AP 22202.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, the coordinators will fix the screen.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
This is the last in the architecture section, right? Yeah, right?
Yes, so from the remaining 5 projects, which are about addressing concerns with society, we will pick the first presenter before we break for lunch.
May I start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic is Bengal Partition Museum. Next, please. In its 75 years of independence, India has several achievements to its credit. It has built modern economy, remained democracy, lifted millions out of poverty, became space and nuclear power, and developed reverse foreign policy. Next, please. With this, India has a long history of communal strife between several communities. It has become a permanent phenomenon after independence. Next, please. ये दाग दाग उजाला ये शब गजीरा शहर वो इंतजार था जिसका ये वो शहर तो नहीं. Very well said by Faiz Ahmed. Next, please. Looking back in 1947, when independence was granted, it was partitioned into 2 countries, India and Pakistan. Next, please. There are many factors responsible for the partition. Next, please. Partition unleashed the wave of bloodshed. Next, please. Next, please. Redcliffe line was drawn on religious differences. People suddenly found themselves into the wrong country as to flee from their homes. Next, please. There was a large-scale massacre and looting. Women were abducted, raped, mutilated, and killed along with children, both born and unborn. Next, please. Partition of India was one of the most defining events in the history, where 20 million people were affected, 1 million lost their life. Yet several years after, it's a severe lacuna that hardly any museum or memorial existed. Partition Museum aims to recall and narrate those stories. Partition Museum in Amritsar building displays the story and effect of partition of northern side of the region. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Even Bengal suffered a significant bloodshed. Next, please. These disastrous events holds a little importance in the country today. Next, please. Next, please. Partition of Bengal was like pardoning one single body. Next, please. Because it was the most secular province in pre-colonial era. Next, please. With a good development of Bengali culture. Next, please. Next, please. Aftermath of partition of India was protracted one for the West Bengal, which impoverished the state and radicalized its politics till date. Next, please. Next, please. The afterlives of partition are felt to this day long on the borderlands. Unfortunately, the Bengal experience never got its due. Next, please. Bengal Partition Museum aims to fill this lacuna. Next, please. West Bengal Heritage Commission has proposed this partition museum in West Bengal, where Dr. Rituparna Roy has conceived this project in early 2016. Next, please. Museum is conceptualized as Petrapol-Benapol checkpoint border between India and Bangladesh. Next, please. The site has a significant importance as it has a history connected with the Jaisar Road with the refugee camps settled around this road. Next, please. In the immediate context, one can find the Asia's largest land port, the proposed land terminal, the commercials on the road, and the Wagah office, where the daily ceremony of flag hoisting and unhoisting takes place between India and Bangladesh. Next, please. Analyses were done of this site and inferences were created in the form of SWOT. Next, please. Next. Case studies were identified on the certain factors and the inferences were created in the form of metrics for developing the program. Next, please. Next, please. So for the program, the Bengal timeline was considered. Next, please. Next, please. These events were grouped and major heads were created. Next, please. These heads were taken ahead and programmatic concerns were formed. These concerns were led to the programmatic spaces, which will be my display galleries in my museum. Next, please. Certain statistics were, certain areas were identified and total built up area was identified. Next, please. Next, please. So the idea was to have a museum space which defines the common culture, which was fractured because of some events. A place that flips the dynamics of borderland by creating a common ground for the people of both the nation. Next, please. The idea was to narrate the story of Bengal from past to partition through different experiential galleries. Next, please. The Bengal Partition Museum will be different in these 5 factors. Next, please. These 5 factors were taken ahead. Next, please. And mind mapping was done on this. Next, please. Then my programmatic spaces were overlapped and connections were made. Next, please. Next, please. That gave me design components for the particular display galleries. Next, please. For the physical development of spaces, the idea was to have a nature of space. The idea was to create a nature of space and its impact on human psyche with the help of patterns of Gestalt principle, walls, roof, textures, and natural light. Next, please. Several experiences were identified. Next, please. Next, please. And the needed one were connected with my display galleries. Next, please. From these experiences, the patterns were generated taking the base of case studies. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Later, the connectivity diagram was generated from the program. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. For the language, for giving a language to the museum, 2 factors were considered, metaphorically and symbiotically. That gives me a formation of different forms of spaces connected with the liminal spaces, having a canopy overhead that depicts the shared river between two nations and enveloped with the vertical walls. Later, from the site zoning concerns, zonings were formed and the volumes were generated from the zoning. Next, please. So this is the layout of the plan. Next, please. The entry comes from here and goes all the way at the number 6. That's the open plaza. When a user enters from the gate and reaches at the 6th number, the open plaza. The open plaza has an Alpono art in the floor, the same art which Bengali houses used to have on their doorsteps. Next, please. This is the entrance gate for the museum complex. Next, please. Next, please. And this is the central open plaza, viewing towards the huge concave wall with a slit in between, pulling the users into those museum galleries. Next, please. Next, please. This museum galleries goes all the way from front to the back. Next, please. These different volumes are connected with the liminal spaces. Next, please. The ancillary spaces were added, like 7 number is the admin block and the 8 number is the temporary exhibition and the auditorium at the central of the site. Next, please. The utility blocks were added in the front, in the mid, and at the back. Next, please. Next, please. The emergency exits were provided at every galleries. Next, please. It has the upper floor plan where some of the volume goes above. Next, please. Next, please. And this is the whole overview of the museum complex with a section cut of the display galleries. Next, please. Back. No. So starting with the very first gallery, the Bengal timeline. This is the entrance ports for the first gallery. Next, please. This gallery will display the story of Bengal from past to present in nutshell. So the dome was derived from the experiential patterns. Next, please. Next, please. Having AR display in the center and having on the base the interactive screen, which will create the interaction between the user and the display. Next, please. And this is the AR display, concave AR display in the center. Next, please. The second gallery is the cultural compass. It is a next, please. It is a square. It is a square block with court in center, having a central sculpture. Next, please. It has a 5 order body depicting the. It has a 5 order body depicting the 5 elements of culture that are motifs, language, beliefs, values, and art, and enclosed with the surrounded display. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. The another gallery is the Seeds of Partition. Next, please. It will display the story of parting of Bengal. Next, please. There were 2 different volumes connected with the RAM. The smaller than the darker volume, and the little and the larger volume. Where a user goes from dark space to the lighter space through ramp. Why ramp? Because user have to make a bit effort to walk down those ramps and view those galleries. The same effort the Bengali did in 1911 while reunifying the Bengal, the first partition. Next, please. That's the display gallery. Next, please. And that's the detailed space and the high volumes. Next, please. Another is the theater of conscience. Next, please. This gallery will display the story of violence in partition. Next, please. So the narrow ale with high walls were thought of. These walls will be bent inward side so the user can experience more horrifying. Next, please. Next, please. Even the direct light is cut to enter into those spaces so the user can experience more hostile in this space. Next, please. The another gallery is the gallery of another gallery is the Empathy Alley. Next, please. Here there will be a stories of the people affected by the partition. So the circular plan was thought with the display gallery on these curved walls. Next, please. So when a user enter into those space, can see all the stories of people affected by the partition at once and can experience his sorrow. Next, please. In the center, there is a lake of tears with a continuous water falling from above. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Next, please. The last gallery is the wall of retrospection, where user will be concluded with a partition in broader term. Next, please. So, next, please. The user will be in the lowest area with the central funnel shape, where in the central funnel shape volume where the light coming from above. Next, please. That light will be the light of hope. And there is a circular ramp going from dark to light. Next, please. Taking out a user from those stimulating experiences, and from above at the end, there is a viewing deck. Next, please. Looking back to all the galleries and experience, your user will experience that Bengalis have been through a lot, and another thing they will experience, another thing they will view will be the land, the fencing over the left side and the river. Next, please. The user will take exit from the lifts at the end. And next, please. And export and we'll visit the multifunctional space in the center. Next, please. All these different volumes, all these different display galleries will be connected with the liminal spaces. Liminal spaces are the transitional threshold between two dissimilar spaces. Next, please. These are those two, these are the intermediate spaces between two galleries. Next, please. Where a viewer can stay, wait, or sit before entering into the another gallery. Next, please. Next, please. This is the last place where there will be a semi-open space with the exhibition over there, exhibition space over there. Next, please. Next, please. For this structure, I have used the concrete with a terracotta tiles cladded over it. The terracotta resembling the past material used in Bengal. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, these are the multifunctional spaces and other museum spaces. Next, please. Next, please.
Thank you. Thank you, participant.
Okay.
Please scroll.
Just run through this slide.
Yeah.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Over to Viju, sir. Architect Viju Kurikos,
Yeah.
can you lead the comments?
Yeah. So again, like many of the projects, a lot of work. I think it's quite commendable the amount of effort that has gone into kind of working out these projects. And in your case, there's a lot of quite a bit of depth you've gone into the plans and try and kind of look at the inside spaces. I was also curious to see why you've chosen a site which is on the river, right? On the Bedna River, is that right? And I believe opposite or the other side of the river is really the Bangladesh, right? So I was just curious to know why there was not much thought gone into the relationship to the river, because the partition is not just for India, it's also for Bangladesh. So it would have been nice to kind of, could have been a wonderful gesture to kind of really look at river as something which kind of unifies rather than divide, and then have the building kind of really respond to that in a way that it also kind of start to welcome people from the other side of the river, and thereby that river, waterfront buildings, all of them becomes this wonderful public realm where you start to kind of create a platform for many other discussions to kind of happen, because they don't, right now it's the way you articulated the building. I mean, it was so much about the building and what's happening inside the building that there are some of these gestures which you could have made in terms of its relationship to the river and the historical importance of the river, right? And that by itself would have made that project, I felt, a lot more richer, because there is, I mean, architecture is not just the making of the building, it's how one kind of shapes that built environment. And maybe those unbuilt spaces, those open spaces, would have communicated a lot more in its articulation than maybe what you have done within the building. So I think that's something that I felt you could have really thought through a bit more. And this is again consistent to many of the projects. In all the projects, there seems to be this, the site boundary seems to become some sort of a limiting factor. And there is this idea of looking at projects as what's happening within the building, although all of your analysis is about what's happening outside the building. When you start to kind of design, you kind of clearly draw that boundary, and everything kind of stays within that. And in a project like this, and given that you chose a site like that, I mean, if it was in Calcutta, it was a different thing. You chose a site where you have these strong relationship, and to then not acknowledge that and then not respond to that, I don't think is an appropriate use of the site. I thought this is something that you could really look at from your design standpoint, and how that building can then just open up to the river and kind of use the riverfront rather as a way to kind of generate many opportunities for many discussions to kind of happen. Other than that, I felt it wasn't very clear. Maybe you were rushing through the presentation, maybe I didn't get it, but it wasn't very clear how you narrated those. In a museum, those curation of those spaces becomes very important. And how you organize it. Is it on a timeline basis? Are you sort of depicting a series of events on a timeline? How you kind of structure that becomes extremely important. And what is your experience going from one to the other? And what is the sort of the spatial experience going from one to another? So some more thought on that, and kind of achieving more clarity on that kind of would again make the project better, and kind of take it forward. Yeah, so those are my comments. Again, a lot of work, a lot of nice drawings, but I think it's important to kind of look at sensitively some of these other aspects of the projects as well. Thank you.
Yes, can the others pitch in? Professor Jaffer?
Yeah, thank you, Rama. I think most of the points I think Biju has covered. But one thing just wanted to tell this young gentleman is that architecture is about building, but not just building buildings. So the idea of emptiness, if you go to some of the texts written by Charles Correa, he talks about voids, he talks about emptiness in architecture. So your architecture here is actually quite huge, does it have to be that way? Is you need to question. So, how can I make the space more meaningful with less architecture? So then you question the very basis of what architecture is. You understand what I mean? So there's a whole lot of thing that has gone through this partition. I think I'm not fully aware of the history of Bengal's partition, but I'm sure it would be very similar kind of stories which we see the partition in the north, partition in Sindh, partition of Punjab, or whatever it is, how people were killed, murdered, and millions of people were displaced, and all sorts of things would have happened, So it's the damage on both sides. So how this museum can reflect these sentiments and reflect the feelings of those people. So, and if you happen to go to Berlin, I think you should go to the Jewish museum there. And there you could see the moment you enter, from outside, Daniel Lipskin is a very typical kind of architect. So he does all that stuff. I know you think, what the hell is it? So when you go inside, you actually feel what he's done there. You see, there's no huge pictures or photographs or anything of that sort. The very environment that is created, the very architecture that is that the walls encompass is itself brings the feeling of that kind of a partition, that kind of a horrendous life the Jews went through during the Nazis, atrocities, kind of a thing, like for what I mean to say is that there's a whole lot of thing going on into architecture. How could I control you guys? If I was your thesis guide, I mean, how could I control you? You got to stop at one point and think, what the hell am I doing? You're building so much. You never spoke about environment. You never talked about sustainability. You never talked about how am I going to generate power in this project? Where am I going to get this? How am I going to do water conservation? What are my sustainable development goals? Where are we going in this architectural thesis? So pathetic. And you guys are so talented, absolutely talented. This is very sad to see that this talent is totally wasted. Gentlemen, you have a great energy, you have great talent, but only thing is think architecture, think twice before you put that line on the paper. You understand what I mean? This project could have been much more simpler, much more meaningful, much more sensitive, much more, the moment I enter into this museum, it has to make me feel about it. But I don't feel anything in your architecture. I get more agitated. Thank you very much. Sorry, Rama, I have to say this.
Yes, I guess that's why we put it up there, so that the comments are free flowing.
Yeah, and I think moving on to kind of summarize, and I must say thank you to Professor Jaffer to put out what we really wanted to convey with, I think this would have come up as a summation in the end, but I think the present situation where students think that their limitation comes in with only addressing what's inside the site. And as Biju mentioned, I think it was a wonderful site and context to work with, and the topic chosen is also having so much of depth in terms of its emotional quotient. So I think not being able to address that in the way that this is put out is a bit sad to see that. And I think in terms of architecture, it's not about bringing in the whole massiveness by bringing in a huge structure which depicts a museum, but I think it's all about evoking the right kind of emotions in terms of architecture, which I think sooner or later, I think students have to start looking at that aspect wherein it's just not about having few elements that are going to depict the architecture, which kind of makes them feel that it is sustainable with the usage of bricks and other such materials. But I think understanding and putting themselves within that space to tell them what they're seeing and what they're experiencing around, with their imaginative capabilities, whether they're doing justice to that project, to that particular part of the zoning, of that particular plan. I think as soon as I saw the floor plan first, my whole idea went towards not being addressing the riverfront aspect as well as the context of the neighboring country, Bangladesh, being on the other side. I think that's something which all of us are trying to do as people who are trying to get into the academic side, but there is so much of rush, I guess, in terms of accessibility to information online, that people feel that if a structure which looks in a certain way or with flamboyant illustrations, the project looks better. I think that's something that they should break away from and completely relook at the way the whole projects are being designed. I think with a small project of a residential project in a tight-knit urban context, we are forced to kind of make the design introvert. We are making attempts to bring in courtyard spaces in between and, have the experience of having green spaces in a tight-knit urban context. But when they have a larger context to work with, I think the boundary is limitless for them. And I think also there are few aspects that I wanted to touch upon in terms of how the zones which was detailed, which required the aspect of addressing the natural light in terms of how the gallery has to be lit. I think there were just conventional skylights which were just put out there. I think a bit of research has to go in that aspect as well. And the entrance completely looked blank. It did not have a sense of, that expression of that partition museum, which the author is trying to put out. But on the other side, I think the drawings were very well detailed. There's a thought gone into services and all that. But I think the whole aspect of having the core to kind of encapsulate the whole emotion is lacking. So I think that's something where the author can work on this to probably address all these aspects and elevate this project and keep this as a learning experience further in terms of the architectural journey. Thank you.
It's a wonderful, take by all the three jurors. I think they've been very clear in the expectations. Best wishes to all the participants, and we now pick the one who will present first after we convene after the lunch break. So can I request the coordinators to spin the wheel? 5 numbers.
Yes, yes.
Is this going to be the other group?
Yes, this will be the other group. We will view them after lunch.
Okay.
Wonderful. We are seeing 2 on screen. That is AEATSC 22205. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you get your preparation time now. We break for 45 minutes for lunch. And when we come back, you will be the first presenter.
Okay. Can I just ask in how much time will we resume?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Coordinator, you can announce the lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So we will meet back exactly after 45 minutes.
Okay, madam. We'll see you after 45 minutes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Biju sir.
Hi, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Next set of projects will be slightly different. It's supposed to display or address a concern in society. Good afternoon to everyone. If the jurors are all logged in, we can commence the second half of the proceedings.
I'm already here. I don't know whether you're waiting for me.
Yes, I was just waiting to see if Jafar and Milena are back.
Yeah, they are also here.
Okay, wonderful. They're logged in.
Yeah, yeah. You can-
Professor Jafar,
Yeah, I'm here.
Anji, and Milena. Let's start the.
Yeah, I'm here, madam. We
Yes.
can start.
We have one presenter to commence, and we will pick presenter 2. If we spin the wheel, can I ask the coordinators, Gaurav and Rezi, to spin the wheel?
Yes.
That's number 5. That would be AEATSC 22219. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
19,
Present.
yes. Congratulations, you will be the
Uh,
second presenter. The topic is Slum Towards Inclusive and Sustainable Development. You will have 45 minutes to prepare, and we will start with the first presentation, that is AEATSC 22205. The topic is redevising post-industrial landscape for public use in Mumbai.
Yeah. Can I start?
Yes.
Good afternoon, jurors and all attendees. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for this opportunity. Coming to my thesis topic, the topic that I chose for my thesis was redevising post-industrial landscape for public use in Mumbai. Due to the transition of Mumbai from industrial era to deindustrialization, there are a lot of leftover defunct industrial buildings in the city. This has given the people of Mumbai an opportunity to reclaim these sites for public use. Multiple aspiration, needs, and conflicts play out in this reclaiming process while the sites grapple with socio-economic demands of the city. Usually, these landscapes are demolished to give way to the new, and this process, the precincts start losing their identity, and an important part of the history is erased from the map. So, the design query of the thesis is to find if there is a method to retain the identity and historic significance of these post-industrial landscapes. How can these sites be redevised for mutual benefits of the local businesses and the community and the citizens and the government? Next. The study started from the macro analysis of the eastern waterfront of Mumbai. The eastern waterfront of Mumbai is a host to multiple such post-industrial landscapes. The macro study was done for three major reasons. One, to gain better understanding of the various precincts and defunct post-industrial sites in these precincts. Mapping to better ground and rationalize the site selection process. Three, to understand the greater context of the city and its waterfront's contribution towards the development of the city. The first step was to map the eastern waterfront of Mumbai with a timeline to gain a basic understanding of the major precincts and the time period they came up in and what was their contribution to the industrial era of Mumbai. Next. After getting a brief understanding of the eastern waterfront of Mumbai, every major precinct was studied through site visits, and in the process, certain defunct and partially defunct sites like the Sasson Dock, Cotton Exchange Building, Ballard Estate, etc., were identified and assessed. Next. These sites were assessed based on the character, condition, context, significance, relevance, and access. Next. Finally, after the detailed assessment, I created an inferences table that tries to convey the assessment of each of these layers in a concise format, and based on the analysis, Sasson Dock was the best fit for my design query and brief. So I moved forward with its microanalysis. Next. To start with the microanalysis of the Sasson Dock, I started with the mapping of the site, its various build structures and their built assessments with the layers of character, intended use, its current use, its condition visually, and if there have been any interventions on it through the years. Next. I then moved on to the study of various diverse activities that breathe life into the Sasson Dock. The major activity group can be divided into fishing and non-fishing activities, and the fishing activities can be further divided into before leaving the docks for the sea and after bringing the cash to the docks. Next. Also map these activities on the map to understand where in Sasson Dock these activities were happening. You can see the map on the top left corner of the slides. And then similarly, I did an assessment of the site on the layers of significance, sensory, and finally the user group and the street life. This brings me to the interpretation of the site. That is, Sasson Dock, even though was never used for its original commercial purposes, it has now become an integral part of the dizzying poly world of fast-moving fish trade. The dock represents the shrinking of the importance of industrial heritage and the communities associated to it, but has withstood the test of time. Next. I have been talking about retaining the identity, but what does that mean for Sasson Dock and what defines its identity? Through the site analysis and various layers of assessment and site observations, the interpretation of identity is that it's not a direct product of explicit characters that we can touch, see, and feel, but it is the result of juxtaposition of explicit and implicit characters of the site like memory, associational values, significance, and even the way it is being used. It is also about the community that uses it. Next. 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 Yeah. After the site analysis, I conducted certain case studies for better understanding of various methods and theories for revival of the defunct industrial landscape. Next. With the help of the microanalysis of the Sasson Dock and informal discussions with the members of the Kohli community that uses the Sasson Dock, I could identify the gaps on the site. But a program cannot be derived by the gaps on the sites alone when the community that uses it is equally important. So I did a brief user group study of the Kohli fishing community, what the community stands for, what their relationship with the water and the built is, and then the problems they actually face. So to simplify, I created a keyword chart of the problems identified on site and then started marking the ones that can be actually addressed architects. Next. After narrowing down, I realized that they are somewhat connected and started grouping them and ended up with a web diagram that helped me identify the core issues that need to be addressed. So to address these issues, the programmatic interpretation is to achieve a symbiotic coexistence between the post-industrial landscape and its communities and the other local communities. Each function identified is working towards addressing the problems identified and achieving the symbiotic coexistence. Next. After the program, coming back to the site positioning, to position the site within the Sasson Dock with respect to the site and the programmatic interpretation, I devised a set of parameters for the selection of the site and narrowed it down to 4 options, and did a character appraisal and assessment and narrowed it down to the central warehouse building. It is the centerpiece of the old Sassendock area, and it is its strategic location and the active to defunct ratio of the spaces helps me achieve the programmatic interpretation in the final outcome. Next. Coming to the design position, the idea is to design a build that borrows from the parent form of the central warehouse building that does not directly replicate it. The idea is to break the impenetrable monolith of the industrial heritage and make it accessible to all. An outcome of the design process that is a collage of the old and the new. Next. As the first step, the parent form of the central warehouse building becomes the starting point of the design in an attempt to achieve a continuity between the old and the new. Next. In the second step, the parent form is then reduced to its basic mass and proportions, a solid silhouette, so to say. This symbolizes the reduction of importance of industrial heritage and its associated communities to mere silhouettes of their past. Next. In the third step, the idea of the old and the new tries to create a distinction between the old and the new while creating a collage. The silhouette represents the old, that is the importance of the industrial heritage in the past, and the shrunken volumes represent the new, that is how it is now shrinking within its own shell. Next. In the fourth layer, the layer of displacement and scaling tries to exaggerate the same idea of old and new, but in the process helps achieve public plazas of different scales at different locations. And it also helps me break the hard edge of the monolithic post-industrial building, making it more approachable and welcoming. Next. In the fifth step, the external shell is converted into a reinterpreted exposed steel roofing structure. And now the displaced and the scale volumes inside start acting as shells to host functions and activities inside. To further exaggerate the structure, a frame is added to fill the void between the original and the displaced volume and complete the geometry. This structure represents the robust exposed nature of heavy structural elements in the industrial buildings, providing the tactile experience of the industrial heritage. Next. In this layer is where the weave between the program and the form happens. In this layer, there are individual functions that are working towards achieving the same goal. Similarly, when it is inserted in the obtained form, each individual volume houses its own function, but is connected by the layer of spaces working towards strengthening the community and a symbiotic coexistence, almost like a blanket of community over the functions. So if you see, the green is the skill center, the purple is the fisheries department, the orange is the heritage and the awareness cell. Yellow is the local market space, and blue is the relocated existing storage facilities. Next. In the last layer, the form follows the language of box in a box. The silhouette being the external shell and the volumes being the internal shell. The internal volumes do not touch the external shell of the silhouette as a way of celebrating the distinction between them. To maintain the consistency in the language of the form and the language of the internal spaces also work as a box inside a box. The internal shell does not touch the silhouette, and internal spaces do not touch the volumes. And this also further exaggerates the symbolism of the shrinking of the post-industrial landscape inside the shell. The functions get placed inside the core of the form. Next. We will now be moving to the final set of drawings. This is the ground floor plan. This is where the people actually access the building from the street. As you can see, moving from the left to the right, we have the skill center, then the fisheries department, then the heritage and awareness cell, then the local market space, then the supply chain management, and the relocated existing storage facilities. While I talk about the language of the box inside a box, I have also stayed true to the requirements of the functions. That is, if you look at the skill center requires more flexible learning spaces, and hence you will see that I have provided flexible learning spaces while keeping the language that I had finalized on in mind. Next. This is the first floor plan. This is basically showing the blanket of the layer of community, or the blanket of community over the functions that I was talking about. These spaces house the community functions and functions that are actually working towards improving the quality of life of the Koli fishing community. Next. This is the basement plan. Again, over here, you can see in the skill center where I have again tried to give flexible learning spaces and trying to stay true to the functional requirements while keeping the language in mind. And similarly in the other functions as well. Next. This is the site plan. Next. This is a sectional axonometric of the project. Here you can see how even though these are individual volumes and housing their own functions, but you can see how they start interconnecting with each other and interacting with each other wherever the overlap happens functionally. Next. In this section, you can see, can you go back? Yeah, thanks. In this section, you can notice that there are streets that are formed in between the volumes. So these streets are basically, if you are aware of this thing, the Sasson Dock is a popular location for Urban Arts Festival. And recently there was one over there, which has just ended, I guess. And that space can be utilized. That is a healthy interaction with the local community of the Sasson Dock and the post-industrial landscape. So to strengthen that entire idea, I have given those streets which can be used by the urban arts festivals, and other art festivals can also be and start using the space which will be integrated with the actual activities going on. Next. This is another section. Next. Next. These are a few of the axonometric views to see how it actually sits on the site. Next. These are some of the views of the expression that I have tried to achieve of that entire tactile experience of the post-industrial heritage. Next. Next. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to the jurors. Can I ask Professor Jaffer to comments?
Thank you, Ramaji, for asking me to do this. I think it's a fascinating project. My question is basically, is the post-industrial structure really worth it? Industrial landscape is really worth it? And how did it impact the local ecology? You seem to be not really integrating the dock in its real sense. And the streets which are created here are quite, I can't say they are blind alleys, but they seem to be like connecting from one end to another, but have some huge walls. I don't really know what kind of an activity that goes on within these walls. The internal volumes look absolutely fascinating. A lot of hard work gone into it. But I think if there was some sort of a horizontal and vertical integration of spaces, that could have been, I think you showed one of the sketches which had this internal spatial configuration. Well, I suppose it's some sort of a graphic image, but it comes into your actual plan. I see only those straight boxes there with solid walls encompassing itself into some kind of a triangular roof, exposing the industrial structure. So how did you mitigate with natural light? There seems to be like solid roofs with no openings, no natural light coming into the space, and which is the wind direction is not very clear in this project. Mumbai being a very warm, humid climate, and the primary passive requirement is to have a wind movement into the buildings. I'm sure you're not going to air condition them. And if that is if you're going to do it, then I'm going to ask you where the power is going to come from. So then you're going to tell me I'm going to use solar panels. So where are the solar panels coming? So are you going to put it over the industrial structure? So I think there's a lot of questions that evolve out of this project. I think it is, I must say, in my opinion, it's still progressing. It's not fully complete. You got some brilliant ideas. I think it's a wonderful way of articulating the post-industrial structure, but I don't find a valid meaning to look at the funny trusses. I don't know what you're going to do with it. Those are like probably made of steel angles and the old typical king posts and queen post kind of structures. They might look fascinating, but I was wondering, even that structure was articulated in such a way, partially forming an external skin to the internal roof, thereby trying to reduce some sort of a heat gain, especially in summer. I mean, those kind of articulation, so you have a steel structure on top of another roof, that amount of heat buildup is going to be quite exorbitant. But luckily, you have a big space in between these two surfaces, so which is going to take away as much as heat as possible, so that you have an answer there. I think there's a lots of things going in there, and I only feel if you had a closer look at the project called The Shed. Have you heard of this project called The Shed in New York by Dillas Cofidio, which moves in and moves out and creating an open space with a big plaza, which can have a performance center and stuff like that. So I think this whole industrial structure can be moved in and out instead of making it as a fixed structure. And that would give a kind of a dynamic atmospheric situation for the community. And these are my comments.
Thank you. Over to the other jurors, Professor Biju.
Something odd when you call me Professor Biju. So, I don't think I've earned that distinction. So yeah, I think I have quite a few comments. I think it's a lovely project in terms of its program, site, relevance, importance. But I think at somewhere you became too much of an architect that you forgot what you need to do to kind of make it socially relevant, in the sense that in projects like this, programming becomes a critical component. I talked about it earlier. I said, you can design the most beautiful retail building in the world, but if you place it at the wrong position, that's a terrible building. So programming become extremely important in this, in a project like this. And you kind of went almost like creating, I think you got obsessed with the idea of a building within a building. But then you continue to create many buildings, in a very ordered way without realizing and in the process started to compromise on the ground. Ground becomes a critical part of, how you develop these kind of, project, especially if you want to really have the city to come into your building. One building that Rahul did that wonderful library in SEPT, where he also talked about the building within a building. But if you look at it, how that ground behaves, and the building, the program space kind of goes in, but the ground and the building just receives people into it. In your case, it almost started to kind of, in a very regimented way, one has to kind of engage with that spaces, so you had these beautiful diagrams, and I wonder why then you almost like, if you look at New York, there is this gridded pattern, and then there's Broadway, which kind of cuts across the entire grids, almost kind of breaking and creating multiple kinds of public spaces on the way. I wondered why you use programs like local market, etc., to really energize the entire ground, and instead of instead of organizing it so horizontally, why didn't you organize the programs vertically? Because there are certain programs which works wonderfully well with the city. It allows people to come together. It helps create destination, and the ground is a natural. Gravity tells you the ground is a natural connector. And this is where we all kind of come together. No matter how tall you go, you eventually has to come down to the ground, right? So certain programs don't need to be in the ground, right? Because it doesn't contribute to the fabric of the city, right? It's a very internalized program. It kind of becomes more about what needs to be done functionally, etc. And so your entire ground then just became a non-experiential one in many cases. I have to I have to search where that local market is. It's tucked in between certain programs, right? But just imagine when you come in and this market just becomes this wonderful, vibrant space, and where the building comes down and kind of this thing, and the city comes in. And so it would have become much wonderful if you started to spend some more time on programming and try and kind of create a certain kind of vibrancy in those spaces. I think you like I said, you became too much of an architect. You got fascinated with tectonics. All of that is great, but it is very important that projects like this kind of try and kind of become magnets to the city, and allow it to kind of come together. So the complete relook at the ground, I feel, is required. That's why the traditional live work, the notions of live work play work so well. You work downstairs, you live upstairs, you play downstairs. So the idea of mixed use and a lot more diagrams and articulations of how do you kind of juxtapose these programs would have made it much more wonderful project. Yeah, I think those are, the rest I kind of agree with most of the comments that Professor Jaffer mentioned, but these I thought was completely missing in your project, and it would have really changed the nature of the project.
Asking Professor Melana to pitch in.
Madam, I think I too agree with Architect Biju. I think I'm the youngest of the lot, and there's a long way to go to achieve that title. So yeah, so moving forward, I think most of the comments were very well put out. I think all of us agree with that. And I think the only approach to this would be to kind of rethink the whole industrial shed. So I think I would like to call it rethinking the industrial, scenario that was put out in terms of the design topic that was picked for this. I think the need of the hour for this is to have a very good transformable solution, as Architect Biju mentioned, which could kind of make it more open and activated to its edges. We have been addressing this since morning regarding what is happening. Even in this project, we see that a lot of emphasis has gone into kind of detailing and kind of analyzing and putting out the zoning in a certain way to kind of fit out the function in the available space. But how is it kind of, I think, a bit more of a fragmented approach to this, with addition of opened up bays, and I think relook into the ceilings would have, the industrial ceilings would have kind of been rethought out to kind of bring in natural light into it. I think would have, kind of given a new direction to the project, and definitely a larger thought has to be given into what is happening beyond the site. I think that is one thing which we didn't see, wherein we see that this project is with a social concern, and then how do we do it? I think moving back to the same aspect that, what is that we are trying to achieve with this project needs to be first thought out, and that too with a project with a social concern is very important to understand that a spatial reinterpretation in the right way is what can kind of make justice to this kind of project. So I think a very important aspect is to kind of, rather than look at just adding function into existing structures and calling it redevelopment, may not be the only solution for this, and definitely not the only solution, but a complete rethought about how this can be done is very important. All the best.
Yes, all the best. A wonderful project. We'll now spin the wheel once again to pick the third presenter.
Yes.
Excellent. It shows 4. That would be AEAT-SC 22216. I can see you on screen. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
wonderful, wonderful. This is Pokhran Nuclear Test Museum and Memorial.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So you will go next after AEAT-SC 22219. We are ready to go.
Sure, sure.
This topic is called Slum Towards Inclusive and Sustainable Development.
Should I begin, ma'am?
Please start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, respected members present here. Let me introduce you all with my thesis topic, that is Slum Towards Inclusive and Sustainable Redevelopment. Slum, what all words come in our minds when we think of the word slum? Disparity, misfortune, pity, poverty, and many others, right? There are some problems that seems beyond solution. This is because the cause of the problem are either not known, not well understood, or are the paradoxical and contradictory, so hopelessly intertwined with one another that they cannot be effectively identified and addressed. That what the slums are. The site which is selected for the design is located in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. The left-hand side figure shows the number of slums distributed along the city as per the census 2011. One of the slums which I have selected for my thesis is located in Arera colony, have been settled many years ago by the farmers to work in the agriculture field as allotted by the government, and further as the city growth arises, many other people started settling there with different activities such as bamboo artifacts, retails, goods, etc. Now, what is the need for design? Poverty and rapid urbanization are two of the greatest challenges we are facing today. Some of the interventions introduced by the government were rising of slum, undertaking minor physical improvement, and upgrading of an urban center. The efforts of this approach were not satisfactory, thus ended up with socio-economic and environmental consequences. Thus, the problem of the slum remains an area of research with regards to their sustainability. Slide number 2. Okay, thank you. So I have done 4 partial case studies based on different aspects needed for the design. The first one, which you see on the left, is live case study of nearby redevelopment project of the slum, which I have selected for my thesis, is to understand the outcomes of the design failure and compare it with the nearby slum living. On the right-hand side is the literature case study of the redevelopment of Katputli colony, which is done in New Delhi, has been considered to study the economic factor for our design process. Moving forward, slide number 3. The third case study which has been done is of Tara Social Housing, New Delhi, to study the environmental factor while generating a form of a building. The fourth and the last case study done is of Udan, a mass housing project in Mumbai, has been considered to study the social aspect of design as the architect has adopted in its design, inspiring from the chores of Mumbai. Next slide. Based on the above case studies, the following inferences has been noted down and had been compared with one another. Now moving forward to design part, a live survey is needed to understand the activities of the people living there, their choices, or say their positive aspects in designing their own space for living. So a survey of almost 21 dwelling units had been done on site, based on which following data has been noted, such as demographic, technical, livelihood, and existing settlement data, and has been expressed via pie charts below. Apart from it, other relevant data which will be needed for our design has also been considered while reviewing the site during survey process. Next slide. City analysis. Now the question comes, why India, why Madhya Pradesh, and why Bhopal have been answered based on the research done and due to the limitation of time provided with. As I talk about the city, that is Bhopal, it is from one of the first 20 cities selected to develop for the smart city under the Government of India's Smart City Mission. Following are the geographical and climatic analysis, which shows the location of our site as well as composite climate of the city. Now, the growth pattern has been studied to understand the settlement period following the demographic analysis and land use of a city with that to of our site. On the right-hand side is the population mapping done for the wards where our site has been distributed, that is ward number 50 and 52, based on which population, density, literacy rate, sex ratio, and working population has been analyzed. Below is the physical infrastructure detail showing the groundwater in the particular region and water supply to the site. And air analysis is also being considered to know the air quality of that particular region. Slide number 6, please. This is the site analysis. In the center, as you can see, is the slum settlement in almost 120 acres of area, and the distribution of it is based on the area in which they lie. Following are the analysis that has been done: build versus open space, road connecting to the site, node formation, site entrances as observed during the survey to study their pattern, existing space on site, whether social, private, or public or semi-public areas, electric poles on the site, nearby approaches of the site, the agricultural land, and few of the vegetations as observed on the site, based on which the zoning has been done on the three main factors, that is economic, social, and environmental. And site has been zoned out based on the existing and has been modified while processing the design part. Next slide, please. This is the site planning followed by the ground floor plan, having same pattern as they were living without disturbing their culture and sustainable way in which they in which they are living since years. Just distributed and done it particularly, just like residential area has been designed as a private part between then on the below part has been the commercial area, and between that have been sandwiched the workshop area for them, so that it has been divided into public, semi-public, and private area, because along with the commercial and private, some spaces are also needed for the people to learn their skills as their generation comes for the future. And commercial is also I thought an important part in the whole design, as building too needs the maintenance to work for a longer time to generate building its own cost or to maintain by itself. Few things I have incorporated in my design, just like the commercial part, as nearby there is a 12 number street market which is to be demolished to widen the roads. That market can be shifted to here, and economy can be generated through it. Following, you can see the space distribution, social spaces, open spaces, and parking, which is distributed along the site. Next slide, please. These are my floor plans. I have designed 4 types of dwelling units based on each floors, and distributed among the whole floors, combined it with different activities such as recreational spaces and some spaces, terrace farming, and some of the skill-based spaces, so that their creativity can also go on, as well as their habitat can also be improved. Next slide, please. These are the detailed plan of the 4 dwelling units provided, and are the on the left are the site sections showing the areas distributed along the site. Due to the limitation of time, I did not study deep about the materials, but have decided to use mud and bamboo as a key material to create a vernacular behavior towards nature, and wouldn't be difficult as the whole project is of mid-rise. and they want to create a blank canvas for them so that they can create their they can show their own creativity through the mosaic art with different materials available at the slum, as slum has many types of materials as they indulge in different activities just like recycling, bamboo activity, their retail shop, and other things. At the end, I want to conclude by saying some of the few lines of architect B.V. Doshi sir. In India, the house is the most precious thing. It's not a shelter, it's a home. Cultural life, tolerance, and sharing breathes here. All the values that we come upon with is because when there's a restraint, you learn to cooperate, you learn to grow, and you enriches yourself. Thank you. Last slide, can you please go on, sir? Once. These are the views of different parts of my project where you can see the spaces I have created for them just to don't disturb their way of living, but improve it little for their better condition. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very timely. Over to Biju for comments.
Yeah. So again, very important topic, extremely challenging as well. I have few questions and few thoughts on the presentation and the project. One is to also probably understand when you do slum redevelopment projects, they are often in the heart of the city. And one of the key challenges of slum redevelopment projects is to do with density. In the sense that that's why it's so challenging, because if I'm given a land and kind of allow me to kind of do a slum redevelopment project, I'll treat it like any other housing project, which of course addressing to the people of certain segment, etc., etc. But slum redevelopment project is challenging because you are allowed to kind of do all these in a certain kind of tight site, and kind of certain density needs to be at least in reality, right? So it would have been quite nice if you kind of engage with that discussion on density and try and put an additional parameters to your program to kind of try and achieve that within a certain kind of framework. And I think then it becomes a lot more satisfying and meaningful. Otherwise, it's in many ways like how you kind of do any housing project, so kind of articulating the spaces, etc., etc. So that makes it an added layer of complex. You bring in an added layer of complexity, which kind of really makes that exploration a lot more meaningful. How do you create these social spaces when you have only 10 square or 30 square meters of units? How do you kind of achieve those social spaces within that tight spaces? It may lead you to kind of look at spaces a little differently, and may also kind of come up with solutions that are a lot more lot more meaningful. So I think it's very important to understand the context within which these projects happen, and hence bring them also as parameters. It's not just a program and a brief and resolution of a program and a brief. So I think that's very important. Second is something that I talked about it in the last presentation also, is the idea of the ground. And that this is where life happens when you go to any slum redevelopment project, right? Any slums you go in, the ground is just extremely vibrant, right? And it's just filled with activities, it's filled with people, so much social connections there, even though they are unhygienic, not a great space to be in. But in terms of kind of the social activities that happens there, it's extremely vibrant. So how do you one of the reasons why they don't, whenever you build a slum redevelopment and people don't go and live there, is because they don't connect with those buildings. It becomes too much about architecture. It's about the buildings. It's not about the spatial configurations of what makes you comfortable in that in that space that you design. And I think that critical set of analysis and that critical set of incorporation into your project is kind of missing. And I think it is a crucial part of a slum redevelopment project. You talked about it a bit when you talked about one of the case studies. But that, going there, going into the slum, analyzing what kind of activities happen there, right? What are the, not just positively, what are the constraints, So looking at it from an opportunities and constraints standpoint and understanding clearly what that ground is, right? And then how do I incorporate that into my design? Becomes a crucial part of how one deal with a program like this. And I think it's a social project. It's a social space. I mean, they don't live like the way many of us live. They don't go into the house and just lock the door and be inside. Yes. Their life is in the streets, and they outside their house. That's what you see outside their house is really their living room. Their living room is not inside. Their living room is on the streets. It's partly because there's no space, but that is, and the kind of social connect that happens there is just wonderful, And there's so much for us as architects to learn in the way one kind of handles housing from just by observing these kind of relationships. And so I think these are the things I feel you should strongly look at and try and incorporate into your design to kind of make it much, much more meaningful. It's not a project in isolation to these critical influencing things, So, and I think it's very important you analyze it.
Should I say something, please?
Yeah.
सर जब लाइव केस स्टडी की थी हमने नियर बाय जो रिहेबिलिटेशन हुआ था गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू वर्टिकल बिल्डिंग्स में, तो जब हमने कंपेयर किया था दोनों स्टडीज को, जो स्लम में को रीडेवलप करना है जो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, तो आउटकम्स यही आए थे जो स्लम अभी रह रहे हैं स्लम में वो ज्यादा खुश थे एज कम्पेयर टू देम, क्योंकि उनको वर्टिकली डाल दिया गया था, कुछ स्पेसेस नहीं थे जिससे वो इंटरेक्ट कर पाए। और जब सॉल्यूशंस उनसे पूछा गया तो उनको कहा हमको ज्यादा हाई राइज भी नहीं जाना है और ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे गवर्नमेंट को उनको रहने नहीं देना है, तो वो कुछ ऐसी स्पेस चाहते थे जिससे उनका इंटरेक्शन भी बना रहे। जो आपने कहा लिविंग स्ट्रीट्स, वो उनका एक मेन कंसेप्ट मतलब स्लम में रहता है, जो कि एक सस्टेनेबल फीचर जिससे कार्बन फुटप्रिंट भी कम होता है और लोगों के बीच में सोशलाइजिंग होता रहता है। तो उसी को लेके मैंने उनके स्लम पैटर्न को डिस्टर्ब करना नहीं चाहा, मैंने बस उसी को थोड़ा अपलिफ्ट किया है। जो स्पेसेस उनका पैटर्न था जहाँ पे उनका हेल्थ सेंटर था या जहाँ पे उनकी एक्टिविटीज होती थी नॉर्मली, उनको वहीं रखा है, बस उसको थोड़ा एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म देने का ट्राई किया है, ताकि जो उनमें होता है बीच में, जैसे वो अपने गेट ओपन्स करके एज एन बातचीत करते रहते हैं और मेनी अदर थिंग्स एक्टिविटीज करते रहते हैं, वो कंटिन्यू रखे, वो डिस्टर्ब नहीं हो, क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल लोगों को ही बिल्डिंग यूज करनी है, तब जाके प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल होगा।
So one way for you to kind of articulate this is to not look at this as 10 different buildings, You should actually have a ground floor master plan. It'll be fabulous to kind of just take that entire site and create just a ground floor plan, And there you start to kind of look at, what are the sort of the mixed use activities that can happen. I mean, this is where really live, work, play happens, because you go to Dharavi is not a housing, this thing. It's one of the most, I think this is a hugely commercial area. I mean, I think it has the biggest leather industry in Asia, I think, right? So this is not just about housing. It's about a way of living, and which a lot of us can kind of learn from it. So I think there is a certain kind of, if you start to just take the entire site and just do a master plan of the ground floor, I think it'll help you kind of understand what these relationships are and how do you kind of make those connect, etc. And then you start to kind of make that connect to the upper, how, and again, question what those relationships are. And that will kind of make the project a lot more richer, instead of doing it building.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Jafar, sir. Over to Milena.
Yeah, thank you, madam. So I think I would like to kind of appreciate the author for picking up this topic, which is, I think, need of the hour. And I was very interested to see how and what was the approach to kind of transcend the concept into drawings. So mainly one thing that I noticed with this was I completely agree with what architect Biju had to say. So when we as architects get a housing project, the first aspect comes into picture wherein it's FAR, FSI, and then all our architectural thought has to be put and bound around that, wherein we create the best of living community in terms of vertical development, be it 4 floors or 10 floors or 20 floors. So I think that's become a challenge wherein we try to work extensively to convince builders to kind of work with right amount of green spaces and community gathering zones wherein we're trying to bring out some atriums. So this is something which I think architect Biju was also trying to focus on, wherein a neat master plan would have first given an initiation. So most of the drawings, one thing that I saw was missing was in terms of addressing the site edge and then also putting up a very clear master plan. There was a lot of interpretation in terms of how the grid has been worked out. The focus was on how those blocks are generated in terms of planning. But I think master plan is something that kind of was a bit on the back, kind of it took a back seat overall. So I think with this, the ideal way to do this will be, because you're not going too much of a high rise as well in this. So I think you can open up these corridor spaces by creating those as larger pockets wherein the houses open out to that, wherein you're still retaining the aspect of them kind of interacting with their immediate neighbors, and you're recreating and rethinking how those streets are created in a much more sophisticated and refined way, since you're trying to kind of give them a sense of uplifted living and a better living environment. So how is that you're going to translate the essence of this in creating and designing spaces as an architect to bring in those aspects of social considerations is what will kind of add more and more layers to your project. Definitely the thought has started. So, further when you're designing something like this, I think you can use this as concepts out of all the jurors, what we are trying to tell you, because we really kind of, love working on projects like this because it's completely different. So that's why it has a huge social concern attached to it. So I think the aspect of living streets to bring into, the living floors as such, if I have to simplify that. So don't try to kind of again put them behind walls and windows and doors. I think, even in terms of designing housing projects, I think it's time that all of us start rethinking how these housing projects are designed. So that's something, but a very good attempt. I think you can kind of take these inputs and probably kind of work on this and have this project. That's what I tell most of the students, wherein it's not about it's also limited to how much inputs you have got during your thesis project. So when you see this in a different dimension, I think it's very important not to put this aside but also work on it and keep your project with you as a treasure as you grow as an architect in your architectural journey. That is something which will kind of shape you as an all of us learn every day, and all of us face new challenges with respect to the projects that all of us work with. So I think it's important to learn and move forward and kind of continue to do this in your everyday journey. So I think that's what I would like to say, and all the very best.
That's a wonderful thought, Milena. I'm sure the author really appreciates it.
Thank you.
To not put it away, but to grow with it. That's a wonderful thought. And now call upon the coordinator to spin the wheel and also ask 216 to be ready to present.
Yes.
Hello, I missed that. I couldn't see it on my screen.
Hello, is number 1.
Number 1. Yes. Okay, fine. Number 1 would be AEAT-SC 22201. Strengthening the roots of Theyyam. 01, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Wonderful. You'll be the next presenter. And now we are inviting 216 on Pokhran to start the presentation.
Yes. Sir, I have a request that you do not play it on a slideshow mode. It will take a lot of time. So can you run on the main screen? Can you run the PPT on the main screen? Organizers.
Can the coordinator respond?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. You can just slide this PPT here only. Yes. Because it has too many of, like this one. Yeah. Okay. On the first one. Okay. Yeah. Can I start? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. Please
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, jury members, my fellow participants and organizers present here. My project is based on Pokhran Nuclear Test, Memorial and Museum. We all know about the nuclear test conducted in Pokhran range, that speech of Prime Minister and the buzz around it after 1998. But how India pulled it against all odds? Who all were the heroes of this test? What about the sacrifices and the stories of villages nearby? With an intention to give this event of national and global importance justice, I started with understanding the timeline of event year by year. Next. Going back to 1994, before independence, India started its own nuclear program. Homi Bhabha, the father of Indian nuclear program, founded Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. Next. Soon India got independence and Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru authorized the development of nuclear program for peaceful purposes and opted out of non-proliferation treaty, asking nations to develop asking nations not to develop any nuclear programs. Next. In 1969, P.K. Iyengar visited the nuclear facility in Russia and started constructing its own plutonium plant named Purnima. Bhabha Atomic Research Center was established in Trombay with leadership of P.K. Iyengar, Raja Ramanna, Homi Setna, and Vikram Sarabhai. Next. In 1971, as we all know, India goes through a Indo-Pak war and the situation makes PM Indira Gandhi sign authorization to manufacture a nuclear device and prepare it for test. Here starts the story of Pokhran Nuclear Test Range. A large area of land was acquired by Indian Army and villages coming under the region were asked to relocate. Next. This is the map marked on Google Earth image with help of locals and army officials posted in the range, showing area acquired for test range, abandoned villages, and the number of villages nearby to the range. Next. In 1974, India successfully tested its first nuclear weapon codenamed Smiling Buddha, characterizing it as a peaceful nuclear explosion. India became the first nation outside the 5 permanent members of UN Security Council to test nuclear weapon. Next. Cut short to 1998, India again test a series of 5 nuclear weapons of different capacity as mentioned after years of struggle due to sanctions by USA and other countries. Here I have mapped the test site Here I have mapped the test site with craters of various tests and its support bases. Next. Yes, next. Till this, we know the struggle behind getting India a status of nuclear state. But what are the consequences? What about the aftermath? starting in a similar way with newspaper articles which goes unread are some example of consequences nearby villages are facing due to this nuclear test and other heavy weapons practices in the test range. Next. Aftermath or consequences starts with abandoning of villages for test range, damages due to nuclear test, increase in health issues due to radiation, yearly practices by Indian Defense Forces, and damages due to its vibrations, and how nearby villages are losing out on development projects due to this test range. Next. There have been studies and surveys on the nearby villages where villagers claim abnormally high rates of cancer and genetic disorders. These are some of the examples of articles based on it. Next. Coming to the next part, which was one of the first motivation for me to take up this project as research and final year project. The idea of this project was conceived during a visit to my hometown in a village near Pokhran, Rajasthan. On the first day after reaching there, we started filling the cracks developed in the roof built of sandstone slates. This was a routine of almost every visit we had there. I asked my father if bad construction quality a reason for this, why we have to do this every year. His answer to this was yearly practices by Indian Defense Forces in Pokhran range, which is largest field firing range of India. This range is evident of all the heavy weaponry India acquire or develop in-house, like tanks, infantry, combat vehicle guns, missiles, all infantry weapons, army air defense, and artillery. Next. So I decided to take this as my research topic to understand the impact of these practices on the buildings of nearby villages. These are some of the pictures of nearby villages selected for study during a survey and observation. Next. Firstly, I mapped the test range, nearby villages, and focus point of the weapon blasts. Then divided villages on the basis of distance from the focus and study one village in the range of 5 kilometers. These are the survey and observation forms formulated for village studies. Next, I selected 8 villages in total for this visit and survey. Yes, basically I compared these vibrations with earthquake using modified Mercalli scale, which is based on human experiences during an earthquake, and suggested construction guidelines for the nearby village as part of research. Next. Here I have mentioned like what the nearby villages are going through in the form of accidents. Like you can see on the top left corner, a rocket explosion in agricultural field is happened, and it creates panic in the villages. Many laborers dies as live bomb explodes in Pokhran range. So these are some of the examples through articles again. Next. Due to such volatility of the land and test practices, villages nearby are losing out on many development projects like mega solar and wind power plants by corporate giants, which are now becoming source of life and infrastructure to the villages not adjacent to this range. Next. So after all these studies, I formulated aim and objective of the project to celebrate the event of global importance and try to address regional level after effects through an architectural intervention. These are my aim and objectives. Next. This is the methodology I followed in phases to reach to a design program of nuclear test memorial and museum. Next. As a building program, I ended up with nuclear test memorial, museum, and a national defense festival, which can be celebrated between 11th to 21st May of every year, and the building can be host of it. Next. Here I've bifurcated my objectives in like various keywords, which would help me in achieving the goal of the objective, every objectives. Yes. Similar book case studies of memorial and museums like Yad Vashem, 9/11 Memorial, Jallianwala Bagh Memorial, and visited Shaurya Smarak for better understanding of how I can convert an event into a building, studied design and concept of these memorials, relationship with the surroundings, relationship with the events, and functions, how functions on site are managed. So, sir, you can like slowly go through the slides. Next. 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 Yes. So these were the four case studies done by me for the better understanding of the memorial and museum building typology. Next. Next objective is to design a climate responsive building, for which I understood the climate of the place first. Next. Jotting out basic passive strategies, study of adaptation in plants, and next. Next. Jotting down basic passive strategies, study of adaptation in plants and animals to get an inspiration for achieving thermal comfort in the building. Next. Next. This is the case study, a book case study for like making a climate responsive architecture building in the hot and dry climate. This is a case study of CARPS building in SEPT campus. Next. I tried understanding active and passive strategies used in the building to achieve the thermal and visual comfort required. Next. 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 Yes, coming to site and site selection parameters, there were 4 parameters I to select a site. First was nuclear test site proximity, like so that I can make people feel and relive the event. Second is approach. The approach should be closer to highway and tourist route which is existing. Military activities, prefer not to disturb present military activities in the area. Next, topography, use natural features such as sand dunes, vegetations, water, etc. So coming to the approach, I introduced a nuclear memorial, which you can see in the third pointer, in an existing tourist route from Jodhpur to Jaisalmer. Next. This is the site I've selected. Next. Site is adjacent to nuclear test site, which is 8 kilometers inside National Highway. It is restricted army area. I tried to understand the context, physical and architectural context of the nearby area to develop an architectural vocabulary. Next. 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 Coming to the site, topography and physical features, site selected encompasses a sand dune parallel to the nuclear test site. Sandy soil brings challenge for creating foundation for the buildings, and no existing trees, water bodies, or building on the site or nearby are present. Next. So I tried to understand the topography of the site by getting many sections through the site and the craters present adjacent to the test site, the site. Next. Here I've mentioned the details of like craters, its diameter and its distance from the project site. Next. Next. This is a microclimate study of the site where I understood the pattern, shading pattern, wind pattern, and about the more in-depth understanding of the climate of the site. Next. Next. This is area program. Next. This is zoning, pre-design user space requirements, degree of enclosure and ventilation requirement of all the spaces in the building, visitor frequency, like what is the peak season for this route, and what will be like hours of operation. Next.
Is the project going to come next year?
No. Next.
Thank you, participant. Time is over. Can we run through this slide?
Okay, okay, yeah.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Over to Jefferson.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I was just waiting. This gentleman has kept me waiting for such a long time to see the project, but at the end of it, it's become more kind of a study project rather than an architectural project. By the time he came to architecture, he did not have time to explain. And I think it's completely misconceived project in the sense that I really sad to see this because he doesn't seem to be talking about the radiation levels of the site because I'm not sure for several kilometers from the Pokhran site, you can really, I don't know, human habitation is going to be allowed or not, whether that is fit to be constructed, but unfortunately, we're not in a position to hear any design concept which he's talking about. He only spoke about the site conditions and other study, and he's trying to justify that project in that place and all that stuff. But I don't see any architectural project. I could not see. He has done something, but he put that in the last few slides, maybe one or two slides. Unfortunately, he could not explain it.
So can I answer for the radiation part?
Yes, please.
Sir, the DAE, Department of Atomic Energy, conducts a test for radiation levels in and around the site twice a year, and they have like declared it as there are no signs of radiation post 1974, like from the 1974 test itself. So yeah, so that's why I was able to construct a memorial just adjacent to the site.
I don't think that's right. You're not telling the facts, because I don't think any atomic site is safe for next 100 years. So if you're just going to put that memorial right next to it, it's not at all a project. And if anybody is going to do it, they're going to be, the radiation is going to kill them. I mean, once an atomic explosion, the effect of radiation remains in the soil for hundreds of years. You can't grow anything. You know how much time it took to rebuild Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But that was very intensive work. So this is like in a desert, you see. We didn't really take care of doing any sort of a remedial work. So, I mean, the memorial is fine, but depends upon the proximity of the site. And, you know, if you say that there was no atomic, there was no radiation, then, you know, you should have provided the data from the agency to show that this is, you know, this needs a lot of validity, which is not present in this. Even if I approve the site, unfortunately, in your presentation, your designs come in the last few slides, which you could not explain. You should always be careful in future when you make a competition presentation. Your presentation has to be very balanced, and if it is an architectural competition, your architectural design has to be focused, and you have to drive that point with your drawings. You see the other presentations which had an architectural thesis, which it's not a study thesis. It is a study thesis. I mean, if you had told us just you're going to do some sort of a research project, I would have agreed to it, but this is not a research project. Research is part of it, but it's an architectural outcome. But you did something. Unfortunately, it could not be, you know, unless the organizers give you extra time.
Okay, thank you.
Extra time for what, Professor?
Well, he's got a few slides which he needs another 15 minutes to explain.
I think he had only one. You can scroll through without talking.
We can't understand if he doesn't talk.
Yeah, you can scroll through. Let's bring the PPT, but we don't expect you to talk.
Yes, we are sharing the screen.
Sixty-fourth slide.
63 को जाइए.
Okay.
पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे. I don't understand. This is taken from somewhere else. This is not his work.
Yes, sir. I mentioned the sources. Like.
Yeah, but you see,
like this is a technique.
It's a parametric, or maybe I don't know, whatever thing, but you're using it, but you did not tell that it's not your work. But you know, anybody who looks at it would feel that it is your work. So then you have just 2 slides after that. That's your work. And these drawings are so small, and so they should have been into bigger slides to explain it much better. See, you almost put everything in one. The whole design process, the elevation, sections, perspective, views, everything in one, which is like huge, which is. This is not at all the way of presentation, so we can't really understand this. मतलब एक डिजाइन का एक प्रोसेस होता है ना भाई, आपको मैं बोलना चाहता हूं कि एक डिजाइन थीसिस का एक प्रोसेस होता है, स्टडी का एक स्टेज होता है, एक परसेंटेज होता है, 30% रिसर्च स्टडी होता है, और रिसर्च आउटकम में डिजाइन प्रोसेस इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, अनदर 30% of 30 or 40% प्रोसेस होता है। प्रोसेस के बाद प्रोसेस में डिफरेंट इटरेशंस होते हैं, उसके बाद आपका प्रेजेंटेशन होता है। सो ऐसा डिवाइड करना चाहिए, समझे ना आप? there must be a clear cut demarcation for your research, design process, and then your final presentation. You cannot be having 60%, 65% or 70% of design research, which is, I mean, what are you telling? It's all available in public domain. I don't need all the junk. I call it jargon. I don't need that. I have everything. I can just Google about Pokhran and then I can get all that information. But what is your response to it? That is what is in the last one slide, which is absolutely chaotic. Very sad to see this. Sorry about that. If you do another thesis, be precise. Give a clear-cut stages to it. Okay?
Yes.
That's it from me, Rama.
Sure, sir. Over to Professor Biju.
Yeah, I have nothing more to add. I think it is, I mean, there's nothing to discuss. I don't want to keep saying the same thing. But you've spent a lot of time. I mean, I think, you work hard. It's unfortunate sometimes, sometimes we don't know what we are trying to search for, and then you just collect information. Or, I think it's important to understand there's a difference between collecting information and analyzing information, and I think part of our job is a huge part of our job as designers is to analyze the information that is out there so that it can then be used to design things. That's the process. And just collecting information is not, and just calling it analysis is not analysis. Right? So we need to kind of, we seek for information to influence our thinking, because eventually what we need to do is design. That's our ultimate goal. We influence through the work that we do. Right. So the information collection and analysis has to be thought through. You have to spend more time analyzing what you found so that you can form certain position for yourself. It's not that, my analysis needs to be the same as the other person. It won't be. I conclude based on how I see it. Right. And then my design will be a reflection of what I've concluded and what positions I want to take. And projects like this are highly political, in many ways, right? So you have to take positions, right? You have to, I could argue that this entire, what one may call as a sort of a show of strength, another person could argue that it is disastrous to humanity, right? It depends on what positions we take based on how we look at the world. Right. So as an architect, when you start to kind of look at projects like this, you have to take positions. Right. So it's very important that you use your information to kind of do a thorough analysis to arrive at a place where you can take positions, and then your design start to reflect that. Right. I mean, for example, if I take the position that it is disastrous to world, I look at the entire project more as a healing project. Right. And that is then start to reflect in the way I look at the design. If I say that it's a show of strength, I start to look at the project differently. I depict the project differently. Depends upon how one sees the project, you know? And that's why this analysis is very critical. And that then leads into the design. You can't just keep collecting information. A lot of it is out there, like Professor Jaffer said. I mean, it's information you don't need to tell us, you know. We're all matured enough to understand what are those informations are. What we are more interested in knowing, what is your position, you know? What positions you are taking, how you articulated those positions in your design. These are the things we need to understand. And that, you know, I mean, I don't think it is a lack of time. I don't think you've gone into that as a project itself. You know, it's not just a matter of lack of time. It's just that you never dwell into it, and that's the difficult part. Huh? It isn't that, you know, as designers, that is our difficult part. Collecting, you know, it's easy to collect information, but the difficult choices are made when you start to translate those designs. So don't shy away from it. Try to embrace it. Try to engage with it, and that is when you start to really enjoy architecture. Because my work is a reflection of who I am. Right? I mean, it shows up in the work. So if I do something lazy, which means that I'm a lazy person. If my work shows a lot of hard work, I'm a hardworking person. You know? So I think the work will show who you are. It's a huge responsibility, and don't take it lightly. Okay, so good luck.
Yes, thank you, sir.
I think to validate Professor Jaffer's thing, I think 40 years later after this as well, there are a lot of cancers that are seen in the people in the nearby vicinity. So certainly there is a lot of radioactive element present in the air, water, and as Sir rightly mentioned, it is absolutely difficult to kind of analyze. There's, as architect Biju mentioned, there's a lot of news, cutouts which are put out, few quotes and things are put out in your slides, but there is no analysis in terms of documenting it. So I think if you look at one news, I think there are 10 other news that is going to contradict that as well. So when we are looking at it, the real-time problem is that there is a problem in the region, and putting up a memorial there may not have been the ideal scenario. But if you look at, I think with your case study, you got carried away looking at how the 9/11 memorial was made. That was to kind of look at so many people lost their lives, you know. I think the whole ideology and the whole design intent of putting up that is completely different. So here, I think this was a topic which could have been kind of transcended in a different way and probably with a different approach. But yeah, it's an opportunity that you got. I think all of us have been little ourselves disappointed that this happened, you know, for whatever reason you were not able to bring up the drawings requisite. But this, you should take it as a learning, experience again. You know, you should not be disheartened by it, and this is not the end of it. All of us want to say that we in fact are feeling bad that we were unable to see your work. Probably you could have been a little more design sensitive in terms of working on the design aspect rather than spending a lot of time on research. So when we looked at the sheets, which were about 10 sheets, that is a different thing. But when we see in the presentation, it's the same case again. So I think this is something that you need to carry forward. I'm sure there's a lot of, as Professor mentioned, with your further theses or other studies, I think this has to be a thing wherein you keep always with you to realize that, you know, you need to stop at some point and start and realizing design. And rather than going too much into information is required for research, but for design, it's real time. You need to apply your thought to it. And we as jurors also want to see your work. And one sheet is just not enough for a project with this kind of weightage and social concern, right? So I think that's all I think we all have to say. I think you shouldn't be disheartened by this, but you should really kind of buck up and learn from this experience. Please take it a bit more seriously from next time in terms of the design aspect of it. in terms of a
Yes.
product. Okay,
Sure.
all the
Sure.
best.
All the best, and over to the next presenter. The final presenter will be AEATSC 22215. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Maybe it's 1-4.
I'm extremely sorry. It is 1-4.
Yes.
1-4. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. The next presenter will be 1-4. Vocational Training Center for Empowerment of Tribal Women in Bastar. That is the last presenter.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. I am audible.
Yes.
So my topic is strengthening the roots of Tayyam. Next.
Can you come on video?
Yes, yes. Next. Tayyam is one of the famous form of worship which is practiced in North Kerala, in Kannur and Kasargoda. And Tayyam means a dance of the god. Next. Tayyam is the merge of ritual, vocals, instrumental music, dance, painting, sculpture, and also literature. There were 400 types of Tayyam which were performed during the immemorial times, and every Tayyam has its own style, music, and choreography. Tayyam is performed in a village shrines or a temple campus or at a particular home where the ritual has to be proceed. Tayyam is, also has a very important social importance in the area of North Kerala. Next. So these are the instruments which are used during the performance of Tayyam, and they were nowadays also they use a local technique of making props and costumes and paintings to use as props. Next. So according to the reports and Tayyam artist, Tayyam becoming the dying art. About 65% households reported that the youngsters are not willing to perform Tayyam, or they want to do a different job rather than performing a Tayyam. And Tayyam is a very community-oriented dance which are only performed by the community of the North Kerala and a lower caste community of the North Kerala. Also, they become jobless during the COVID, and they didn't get any chance to perform a Tayyam during the time of COVID. So it is very difficult for them to survive on the mainly on the Tayyam. Next. So according to the Tayyam believer, it has a social importance as well as they are also very excited about the Tayyam because it is a social event. It connect people together. Also, according to the Tayyam organizer, nobody willing to perform a Tayyam because of the effort they have put, and they didn't get in terms of what they sacrifice in terms of sleep, food, and health. Next. So these are the case studies which I studied for the spatial organization and connection and my programmatic derivation. Next. So after identifying the problems of Tayyam artist and Tayyam, I write down the problems and derive a programmatic heads, which is dance or dressing and instruments, social, economic and health. From the heads of problematic heads and case studies, I derive my architectural solution for these problems, and from the architectural solutions, I derive my programmatic heads, which is a Tayyam teaching space, dressing and instrument area, community space, accommodation space, visitors and tourist space, and a healthcare center. Next. After identifying my programmatic heads, I identify my users and their accessibility according to the space, and identify my built spaces and open spaces and semi-open spaces according to the importance of it space, and also derive my architectural area statement according to the according to the performers and types of Tayyam. Next. So there were 6 castes which nowadays perform a Tayyam, and there were only 17 types of Tayyam remain. And every Tayyam has its own importance and choreography and its own particular dressing style. Next. So site is located in the North Kerala in Kanangod, which is located in Kanangad, Kasargoda. So site is a Sri Madiyankulam temple campus, which is a 500-year-old temple and which is dedicated to the Kshetrapalika Amma, which is called as which also called as a Bhadrakali. Next. So site has a very social importance and religious importance in a part of North Kerala. This temple is the oldest temples of North region and also has a strong social activity in this temple. Also, every year 7 types of Tayyam are performed in this temple, and also it has a entry for lower caste of people even before the temple entry proclamation in Kerala. Also, it has a very strong social and religious identity in the part of North Kerala. Also, this temple has a amazing monument and wooden carving sculpture and stories of Ramayana, which is carved on wooden pieces of the temple wall. Also, it has a great history and architecture which attract the tourist and also make it important. Next. So this is the site plan where you can see the central part of the temple. Temple has a 2 water body, one for the priest and second for the social. When there were any festival or religious festival, people can approach to the temple pond. Also, it has a river at the backside and has a Nagadevta dairy at front side. Next. These are the layers of site analysis, which is road networks, built versus open, and levels of contours. Next. So these are the moments when Tayyam were celebrated at the particular temple. There were almost 500 to 600 people attend the Tayyam during the festival, and they have continue performing Tayyam like 3 to 4 days according to the event. Next. So firstly, I identify I documented the temple and analyze how temple has been built in such a way. So I derive a plan and axis of the temple. Then next. Also, its orientation and types of spaces they were built before 500 years ago. Also, how it responds to the climate. Next. So the big idea is to create a space that reflects the identity of the temple and Tayyam ornaments, where Tayyam art merges with architecture to create a space with numerous opportunity affecting social, cultural, and historical factors. I use access of temples and material and climatic approach of the temple. Also, I use a size of the module of a temple, and with merge of the Tayyam itself, I use Tayyam ornaments and its elements to use as an architectural element in my design to reflect the Tayyam in my design. Next. So for the teaching space, I took a main central axis of the temple and place it between the temple pond and river, and try to maintain a space according to hierarchy of open and built spaces. Also, I use at exhibition space, I create a wall of Tayyam which has a 1:1 model of the Tayyam Tayam dresses. Also, I organize my spaces according to the visitors and artists for easy circulation. Next. For design language, I took a Dravidian style architecture, but in Kerala, it is slightly different because of the climate of the Kerala, and it has a where when we see a Dravidian style architecture, we have a Gopuram Mandapa and Garbhagriha, where we can see a hierarchy of spaces and elements like a column, veranda, courtyards, roof, and Vedic architecture in a Kerala style of architecture. Also, I use a vernacular construction material to use as a design material, construction material. Next. These are the process diagram how I identified the entrance. Next. Then identify the axis where I where I create a historical part, social part, and cultural part for my design. Next. I place my exhibition space, accommodation space, and the teaching space and performing area according to the axis and entrance. Next. Then I form the masses according to the need of space, and also try to manage module of design which can compare to the temple. Next. Also, I try to engage the spaces with each other and make it more transparent to where everyone can see a space as a learning space. Next. So and how all design responds to the temple as well. Next. So how massing has been done according to the axis and space. Next. These are the contours which contour are towards a river, and these are the 2 meters level of contour. Next. So in red line you can see a from main entrance to a temple, and through the temple visitors can approach to the main design where they have an exhibition space and performing area. Also, yellow line shows the user artist and performers who are going to perform Tayyam, separate entry for them. Next. These here you can see the main isometric view where you can find the temple and design campus, which is reflect the slightly reflect the campus of temple, and also I try to make a performing area which reflects the identity of the temple pond. Next. So here when you come from a temple, you reach to the temple pond, and from there the left side you have a exhibition space, and from where from after going to the exhibition space you can visit to the river ghat, and also come back to the performing area and have a can enjoy a performance. Next. So from temple on main axis of the temple you can find the workshop area, plus in towards the river you can find the classroom for teaching a Tayyam, and also a separate courtyard for teaching learning a Tayyam, and in center you find performing area. Upper side there were a dining space plus accommodation space for visitors, artists, and guests. Next. These are the storm water drainage for the according to the slope of the site. Next. These are the sections where you can see main section A from main central axis of the temple, where you can find a water body. In backdrop you find a work exhibition space. Then you have performing area. In backdrop you have a cottage space and a learning space for the Theyyam artist at beside at a river side. And also you can see courtyards between the classrooms in section below. Next. So isometric section shows spaces and connectivity throughout the performing area to teaching area, where you have through the temple pond and a river. So I try to make spaces more experiential and transparent to where everyone can enjoy the being in space, and also try to give the experience of a temple.
Thank you, participant. Thank you. We run through the slide.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Over to Milana.
Yeah, I think, thank you, madam. So I think I would like to congratulate the author of this project. I think it's very important as, being in a country like India, and a lot of these art forms and, art connected to God and connected to people. All this was created to basically keep people together and to bring people together at timely interval. So I think somewhere with a lot of modernization and the intervention of Western culture has somewhere kind of started diluting this. But it's a very similar concept what we have in Karnataka in the Mangalore region, which is called Bhuta Kola. I'm sure you are aware of the movie Kantara, right?
Yes,
it's a very similar thing. At least people in Mangalore, they have an unparalleled faith in God. So they do it every year with a lot of faith, because they believe that it's going to bring them bad luck, and it is going to give rise to calamities. So that is something wherein, there is some kind of faith, either by choice or with this, that they are able to kind of keep this intact. But I think in other regions, this is very similar. So I think you have done an extensive study. So I think it's the same that is applicable even in Kerala, because it's Gulika is what is named differently in Theyyam as well, right? So I think it's a similar approach, but I think this choice of topic was very interesting, and it has been, I must congratulate you that it's a very mature approach to design, starting from choice of the topic to the analysis to the concept, and how the concept transcended into an architectural expression, keeping the Kerala architecture in mind, keeping that aspect in mind. You have tried to do, in terms of detailing this. But on the other side, one very important aspect that I would like to kind of stress upon is that there is a complete lack of buffer in the riverfront, right? So the whole architectural development that you've proposed in the site has almost touched the edge of the riverfront. So in case there is extensive rains that we see that Kerala has been going through this of late, and a lot of other states have been going through a lot of flooding issues. So it is very important as an architect to kind of look at not at the timeline that you're designing it, but designing for the future and keeping the social considerations and climatic conditions in mind, and the changing trends of our, changing climatic conditions across the world. I think that's something wherein is a strong input that I want to give you, because when you have a site, it's very important to look at how you can kind of design with it with more sensitivity towards its immediate context. So it's a huge, mangrove of, a context wherein there are mangrove trees and coconut trees, largely in Kerala. So in your site as well, I see in your master plan as well that there are a lot of trees around. So there are a few edges where you've kind of detailed them with washrooms, which are blocking those views rather than opening it out to them, right? So you've worked with the topo, which is very interesting. You've tried to given, an attempt to design this, keeping the existing contour and site in mind, and also provided right architectural solution and expression for it. But these are few things that if you look at, especially with site, when you get it, you really have to be sensitive to understanding what is around it and within it as well. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, so again, not too much to add, but I think most of the stuff that Milana talked about, I think it's important to kind of look at it, especially say, if you have to really kind of revitalize and kind of bring some of these art forms back into the foray, you have to really think about how do you make these spaces more celebratory, in the sense that you have to really kind of create spaces that welcomes people into it. We talked about it earlier as well. Some of it has to kind of, the edges has to kind of start to blur a bit to be able to allow the larger sort of context to come into your institutions or into your campus. I think a deeper study on what that edge means and kind of how do you kind of make it more celebratory, in the sense that it should not feel like a gated campus. And when you start to kind of study your plan, it start to kind of the edges are much more opaque, in terms of how it deal with the context. And it doesn't mean that it has to be completely open. It can start to make certain gestures at critical points where it start to open up. Even you look at some of our older temples, you start to make these connects with the city. There are vistas opening up, there are windows or doorways. When you open, you start to connect, etc., etc. So I think it's important to kind of study a bit of what that context is and how do you kind of make that connect. How do you make the spaces more celebratory when you come into the campus? What is it that receiving you, right? So from a planning standpoint, I think those are the things which I felt were missing and which you could kind of look at it in a bit more detail and start to incorporate. The only other comment I have is about the architecture itself, and I think a lot of it is, of course, Kerala is a very tough context to work with because it has such a strong it's a powerful context in the way one kind of start to respond, almost like Goa. There's so much history, culture, even in its architecture, that it intimidates you. And I think it's important that at an academic level you start to question some of those things and try and see where can I take these things forward. How do I translate or how do I reinterpret some of these built forms in the 21st century, in as we build towards the future, because we don't live the way we used to live earlier. Of course, that you still have to respond to the climate, the sort of the context, all of that. But it also is a wonderful opportunity to reinterpret some of these built forms, and that I think you chose to kind of stay very conservative and kind of go with the way the traditional forms are. But it'll be wonderful if you start to kind of reimagine some of these. Maybe it's Theyyam performed in a completely new setting, but rich with meanings, historical meaning. I'm not saying go and do a Zahadi building there, rich with historical meaning, but interpreted it completely differently, and you start to ask some of these questions, you start to question some of these things and its relevance to today's time, and then it'll start to create an architecture which is completely different from what you probably see or imagine, and I think that's an opportunity when you work in a context which is very intimidating in many ways, and kind of has that very strong, powerful, dare say, an imagery to the kind of architecture that happens there. So yeah, those are my 2 points.
Thank you, sir.
Is Dr. Rama here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few questions with this gentleman. Do you know anybody named Sneha Prakasham?
We are not allowed to name and.
Well, I want the jury to hold this particular entry.
Okay.
Till the inquiry has to be done, I think.
Okay, let me put it through to Jayashree ma'am also. You can offer your comments and we will look into it also.
Yeah, I think I will offer the comment to the committee,
Okay.
Jury, not here.
Okay. Okay.
There could be something serious in this, but I'm not sure, but we need to check and clarify it.
That's fine, but maybe a couple of words about the work and then we can take the other issues in a different platform.
Yeah, but I can't see, the thing is that I can't really comment on the work which I have seen probably 2 years back.
Okay. Okay.
So it's completely
I'm not sure about that. I need to cross back because I can give you the reference and we can call for necessary documents to verify. So I think I've gone through this project before. I hope you understand. I don't want to be more explicit about this because this is, I would rather talk to the jury members as well as Jayashree ma'am and yourself. Then we can take a call on that.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, I'm coming back to you in a minute. Please hold. In which case we conclude this presentation and move on to the final one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we move on to the final presentation, 205. Oh, sorry, I'm making a mistake once again. 214. Vocational Training Center for Empowerment of Tribal Women in Bastar.
So can you do full screen? Yeah, okay.
We can come.
So my topic is a vocational training center for empowerment of the tribal women in Bastar, Chhattisgarh. Next. Our government has initiated many campaigns like Skill India, PM, KVY to promote vocational training and solve the problem of unemployment in India. Vocational training is very much important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Skill development of the new generation is a national need and is the foundation of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Next. However, these initiatives need to reach out to minorities groups like tribal communities that face global suppression and exclusion in terms of education and living standard. Tribal women in particularly are doubly oppressed and neglected because of their status as women and tribal. They often end up as a work as in unorganized sector in construction. They work as labor in factories, and they lose lands due to industrialization. Next. With the help of vocational training, with the help of vocational training, we can upgrade the skills of women and enable them to become self-employed and promote their economic well-being and uplift their overall living standard. Next. Bastar, which is in the southern region of the Chhattisgarh, has 70% of the tribal community population, but it has only 43% female literacy. Bastar is well known for its rich tribal heritage and art. Next. However, this art is becoming extinct due to modernization. Therefore, the aim is to create vocational training center to promote and preserve this artwork. The artworks are like raw terrain craft, tumba craft, dhokra art, wooden artwork, terracotta art. Next. Proposed site is located on the outskirts of the Jagdalpur city, which has good connectivity with nearby villages. The site is of area 9.68 acres. Next. Site is surrounded by educational institute, open spaces, some green cover, and one natural water body. The topography is a flat. Next. I have studied the Bastar vernacular architecture, which is characterized by rectangular planning with stone walls and sloping roofs, having bamboo purlins, rafters with stone sheets as covering material. Next. Ghotol is a very special traditional structure where youth learn about their culture and traditions through storytelling from their senior citizens. It has elevated platforms for sitting. Next. The typical vernacular settlements of Bastar consist of a cluster of houses having green spaces in between them. The settlements are planned sustainably with respect to the environment. Next. The study on the special requirements of specific art forms is done, such as terracotta artwork has been in which semi-open and open spaces are very much necessary. Storage spaces are required for storing the tools. Next. Concept. So the site plan has been derived from the form and the planning of settlements of a typical village of a Bastar, which consists of a cluster of houses having open spaces in between them for social interaction. In academic block, volumes are placed in 45 degrees side by side in one direction to minimize the heat gain. Upper volumes are placed in opposite direction to that of ground floor volumes, thus creating balconies and cantilevers. Roofing, then it is projected outwards and it is supported on columns and creating the semi-open spaces beneath it. One of the prominent elements of the traditional structure of Bastar architecture is the Otla, which serves as a focal point for communal activities. Next. Master site plan incorporates a loop road on the outer periphery of the site with all major blocks situated inside and sharing common and open spaces. The blocks are arranged closely together to provide mutual shading, and further they are connected by pergolas. Thus, the pathways are shaded for most of the day. Each block has its own dedicated parking space located in front. Furthermore, the blocks are arranged at 45-degree angle to minimize the impact of direct southern sun exposure. Moreover, campus is inviting and is pedestrian friendly. Next. The major blocks are academic, art gallery, and hostel. Rest all are the supporting blocks like faculty housing, guest house, OAT, mess, club, servant quarters. This is the 3D view. Next. So our first block is academic block. This is the front facade of the academic block. Next. The architectural style is derived from the vernacular architecture of Buster, and it is implemented into the contemporary form, thus consisting of sloping roof, exposed brickwork, and concrete. Academic block consists of studios for training of artworks with store, classrooms, AV rooms, etc. Stepped verandas are given for outdoor learning, which is inspired from the otla, that element in the vernacular structure. And brick jalis provide both privacy as well as natural light and ventilation. Next. This is a first floor plan. It consists of classrooms in the inner core. It has a library and administration on the southern side. Steel truss is projected outwards and it is supported on columns, thus creating a semi-open space for outdoor learning. The material palette is sandstone cladding, Bangalore tile roofing, brick jalis, steel roof, and purlins. Next. This is a section. North light roof truss are given to admit the north light into the classrooms. Series of informal open spaces in the institute is creating a seamless connection between the interior and exterior spaces. Hence, there is a sense of continuity and flow between the two, thus providing a space for users to interact with nature and enhancing the overall learning and user experience. Next. Open spaces and green pockets can be used as a gathering spaces for events and activities, fostering a sense of connection and belonging among student faculties and staff. Next. The second block is the hostel block. This is a front facade of it. Next. The two blocks have been positioned in close proximity to each other, providing mutual shading and creating the ambience of a street. The corbelled brick wall has been constructed to prevent the intense sunlight from the sun. Furthermore, clerestory windows have been installed to brighten up the corridors. So all the corridors are lit by natural light. There are no dark corridors. So this is a hostel block. It has a double occupancy rooms and it has a common rooms, pantries, laundry rooms, and common toilets. It has interactive spaces in between, which is very much important in a hostel block. Next. Art gallery. This is a front facade of art gallery. Next. The art gallery comprises of multiple galleries, each dedicated to the specific art forms. And the inviting atmosphere. Additionally, green spaces is used to enhance help to enhance the natural light. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
And it creates a more organic feel to the gallery. Furthermore, the art gallery is open to the public. Thus, it is serving as a means to promote art and the culture and the tourism of the Buster. And we can see that so before slide, yeah. So the sloping roofs has been used as a chhajjas, thus taking the architectural style of the whole project. Next. OAT, which is inspired from a traditional structure, Ghotul, have been implemented into the contemporary form, and where the activities and the public gatherings can be made, as it is very important in traditional culture of the Buster tribal community. Seat walls have been provided around the water fountain, thus acting as a resting zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Architect Biju.
So hi, I was just trying to see what comments can I give you. I think, you've kept it extremely simple, which I think is quite nice. It's really about the program, it's really about the site and how you do a nice architectural project within that site, and without any of these other issues needs to be brought, that is being brought in, and in that sense, I think you kind of very well achieved in terms of planning, in terms of resolving a plan, trying to kind of make a building work, building relationships, etc., etc. All of them kind of works well. It's a good working plan, at least from the way I see it right now, without getting into or studying the drawings in detail. But it also makes you wonder, what are your questions? Why did you take up this project? What is your exploration? What is your inquiry? What excited you to kind of take up this project? Not as a program, but as architects, we all need certain inquiries through the project. So we do it to kind of, with certain amount of curiosity to kind of discover new things and try and kind of articulate new things, etc., etc. So I'm just curious, what were your driving force, at least when you sat down to kind of design? Why I'm asking this is that I'm not seeing anything in terms of explorations, and I think that's why I said it's hard to find mistakes in a plan like that, at least from now. So then what is it that you are trying to push for? What is it that you kind of this thing? I think it's important. I think at some point I told this earlier in one of the presentation. It's important that when you sit down to design, or when you have a project, you frame certain questions for those projects, for yourself, not for anybody else. Right? You articulate certain questions, and through the project, I'm going to find answers to some of these questions. If that's the case, then what are my questions when I do a project like this? How do you, so it's very important to kind of look at it from that standpoint. And sometimes you need to consciously do this so that we don't just get caught in the kind of the resolution of a brief. Right? No, there's nothing fascinating about resolving a brief. At some level, you don't need to be an architect to kind of resolve a brief. There are probably people who can brilliantly do it even without an architectural training, right? So I think it's very important that you frame some questions, certain questions, which becomes your basis for your explorations for design. And I think that will really kind of help take your design, because you have a good eye to kind of resolve things. And I think that's a great quality, but you also need to push it, push that envelope, try and kind of be very bold. When you ask questions, you tend to do that. When you don't ask questions, you don't, because you're comfortable within the space that you are in. So it'll be kind of, because when I saw your art galleries, suddenly Charles Correa section showed up. Right? And till that point, it was all a different form. And I'm just curious why that is, and why, if that's the case, why didn't you take those explorations even to the other buildings and kind of try and push it, etc., etc. So I think these are my comments, and I don't think I have anything specific to the project in terms of program, etc. I think it looked at least resolved quite well, but I think you need to ask some questions to yourself. What is it that I'm bringing to the table as an architect, right? What am I trying to kind of reimagine or imagine differently not for the sake of it, but because you ask certain questions and you want to kind of find some answers to it. Like, for example, your plan, your campus looks extremely formal. You can ask the question, do they live like that? You're designing it for the tribals, right? So you can ask those questions, do they live like that? Will they be comfortable in such a formal, organized building or a campus? Does that make them uncomfortable? Right? These are simple questions, but it gives you directions to kind of think and articulate design in a way that you start to discover new things on the way. And it's important you ask those questions, frame those questions, and not just take a brief and kind of which is important. Resolving the brief is important, but you have to resolve it through a certain series of questions that you put out there. And so so please look into that. Otherwise, it's a good project.
Wonderful. Over to Jafar, sir.
Yeah, I think the project was going very interestingly up to a certain level. I think you had done the looked at the settlement pattern of the village, and then you drew out a few sketches out of it. That was very fascinating, that's so organic in nature and so frugal. And you also showed some of the sketches of some traditional structures with a very simple lean-to roof, with the stone pillars, and some of this, the thatch structures and stuff like that. Now, if you look at some of the works of some top architects who have been working on in cultural context, their projects, you would find that how beautifully they try to articulate the local material, vernacular material. We call it indigenous material. How they bring it to contemporary use, like especially if you look at the work of Kengo Kuma. He is an expert in looking very closely into local indigenous culture, and so you're getting there. I mean, I'm not telling that you're not getting there. I feel your master plan, your campus looks really cool, but the problem is that, like Biju has mentioned, it's quite sophisticated. So how does this sophistication match with the frugality of the environment where people live in? Like when Peter Zumthor, I keep referring this name, so you should. The idea is that you should try and refer back, and he read his book called Thinking Architecture. So if you look at his work, he was asked to do a serpentine pavilion, and then when it came to landscaping, what he did was that he didn't bring anything beautiful from outside to use it in the landscape. So what he did is he started, organizing the landscape around local indigenous variety of plants and shrubs and stuff like that. People were shocked to see, what is this? This is looking like some kind of a vague place. But that is what it is. You see, that is how, as an architect, become very sensitive to local environment, sensitive to local culture and indigenous. You see, all that first sheet, second sheets of all the jargon information is known to everybody. You don't need to tell all that kind of stuff. But you see, as an architect, you have to have, what is your influence? You got something there, but you haven't really seen that this comes and impacts your design. That is the missing link in most of the thesis. What I see here, it's a missing link. So you start with something interesting. You have an amazing concept there. You have an amazing thought process there. But when it comes to implementation, when you want to link with architectural spatial reality, you're not achieving there. But at least I'm happy. The design is pretty honest, straightforward, simple, non-committal. I could say that it is commonly seen in practice in many South Indian architects are experts in this kind of architecture, maybe in North India as well. So what I feel is that as a thesis, as a final year thesis, this is a capstone project of yours, what is that you're going to bring to the table? What is that additional knowledge that you will contribute to the body of architecture as a thesis, as a dissertation, as a project? What is that you're going to contribute? That is where the big question mark remains. Thank you very much.
I think I have very few things to add on. I think most of it is summarized by Professor Jafar sir and Biju. So I think with this project, I think all of us are trying to convey the aspect that there is a neat master plan. Planning wise, it's, we cannot fault it in any way. Maybe a minimal things could be added here and there to kind of, complete it and refine it. But then I think the aspect of blending that side of architecture, wherein it's a kind of a hint of contemporary side, wherein you're trying to address the landscaped areas, wherein I think there was a fountain in one of the zones. And then there is this, slight influence of regional architecture, which have tried to modernize it a bit, right? That's what I kind of notice. And when we look at the gallery space, I think there's a larger influence of what Polar Ego Museum has, that detailing. So you've kind of inclined that, those are more like a straight pyramidal shaped towers. Here you've given a slight angle to them, but it has made a difference, right? So this is something wherein I think taking it in terms of understanding who the users are, again coming back to the basics, it's about addressing how the users want to live. This is something as architects we learn it the hard way once we get into practice, but as students you need to understand that this is something that you get to address at the thesis level, wherein you understand the living style of the people who are going to be the primary users of that particular architectural design development. And you need to understand what is that they want to see around and how they want to live, right? There's a shift in the way the entire architectural practice is working, wherein, there's a lot of emphasis these days in terms of what the user wants, but we try to achieve the best out of that, in the right way with a balance to kind of keep the architectural intent intact of what our visualization of that space should be, but also trying to incorporate and understand how their lifestyle is and how they live, and how do they kind of communicate with their relatives, friends, and how do they host people. It's very important to understand what is the typology of living that particular user has, right? That will kind of give you clarity in terms of answering all your questions. Yeah, all the very best. A good project.
Wonderful. So that brings us to the close of today's deliberations. We have heard 10 presenters. I think the presenters can now log out and allow the jury to deliberate. A very warm thank you. We'll wait for a few minutes for Jayashree ma'am to log in, and a very warm thank you to the host college, the jury panel, and to all the presenters for having been here and pitched your presentations. The jurors have all offered their time and expertise in putting forward the relevant comments and explaining to the participants the pros and cons of their projects. Our hearty thanks to the host college who have facilitated the entire exercise, coordinators, and Professor Devang Patel. I'm just waiting for a few minutes for Jayashree ma'am to log in. Hello. An interesting array of projects.
So what is the deal that we had to pick a winner? What is the?
I think Jayashree ma'am will instruct
Sure.
council coordinator to stop the live stream. And then we can, we will remain silent while you deliberate and.
Sure.
Surabhi, you can log out. Congratulations to the coordinators for maintaining a very tight timeline and keeping things on schedule.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have the participants gone?
Yes, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, just I spoke to Jayashree also. This is with respect to the TAM presentation. It's the same thesis was done.
Sir, I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether the live stream has stopped.
The live streaming is not stopped.
Yeah, it's still
on. I think we should stop that. Yeah.
Yeah, just hold.
It's still live.
Luckily, I didn't tell anything.
मागच्या वेळेला the whole jury discussion was going on. इथे अभय पुष्कर अजून कोण तिघ जण आम्ही 4 जण इथे बसलो होतो.
कहाँ पे जा रहा है? This is live stream means it's going for YouTube, is it? So,
yes.
It's
on YouTube, sir.
Oh my God.
I don't understand.
Sometimes it's becomes a bit tricky being an academic, because you see so many things around the world.
I think that's the case with a lot of data on different pages, published works.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Same way as well, I think in the practical side as well, it's the same thing. I think we get to see so many things around, so many things are there. And I think it's very tricky, as you rightly said. So I completely understand the approach.
And now they want to do jury discussion.
You practice in Bangalore?
Yes, sir. I practice in Bangalore. I started off very early in 2014. I graduated in 2013 and started off quite early. But I think it was good. I think that journey has been hard for initial 3 years, but I think after that, I think thanks to a lot of exposure in terms of new materials and other things, I think it's a journey and a process to kind of learn.
Yeah,
Learn it the hard way sometimes.
we still have a small office there.
Oh, very nice.
We still do projects in India.
Oh, is it? In Bangalore? Do you have an office in Bangalore?
Bangalore, we are doing the Oasis International School.
Oh, very nice.
And then we did the ETA Gardens.
Oh, very nice.
On Magadi Road, 2 million square feet residential project. That's a huge project we did. A long time back, of course. I left India in 2014.
Nice.
But I keep coming and going.
That's a good project. I've seen when I pass by to kind of, take that